Welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove here in beautiful northern Cyprus for the Dolce Vita series, where tonight, Andrew, we have something a little different. It's Ladies' Night, the ladies' event. That's what we're going to stream this evening. My good friends at PokerStars have sweetened the pot somewhat.
That's right, James. The winner of the event this evening takes home the package to the Women's Winter Festival event taking place in London at the end of November.
Well, with all that in mind, well over 100 ladies have already taken their seats in this one. Let's get down to the action and see how things play out.
Well, I'm very happy to say we have got rid of Lemon Boy. It is myself, James Dempsey, joined by Andrew Headley as we kick off coverage of this, the Dolce Vita Series Ladies Championship here from the Merit Poker Complex. Andrew, how are we?
Very good, my friend. I like that. The Adventures of Lemon Boy.
Ooh,
At the
pink.
Dolce Vita series. Oh,
We've got some mood lighting.
yes.
This is what it's about.
That looks pretty good. You gotta say, credit to the technical team as always. It is Ladies' Night, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies Championship about to get underway here on our feature table. Fair play to them, Demps. They're very good.
Oh, it's,
You know, the old pink mood lighting.
It looks beautiful. This is, of course, a one-day event. That's what we've got coming up over the next few days. So tomorrow is our dark day. We are off air, but we come back for the PLO bounty on the 31st. That'll be Wednesday. And then, of course, La Notte degli Assi is what we cover from there to completion. The Night of the Aces. And there's our focus going forward. But for tonight, it is the Ladies' Championship. And this tournament already around about 3 hours of play in. Now, a little different. 10K guaranteed, but it was a free roll. With a caveat, you can re-enter for $100. So everyone getting the shot here. Obviously, we know here at Merit, there are plenty of women who play in the, shall we call them, normal events.
Sure.
But this place is a party. People qualify, people come down for fun, they bring their partners, their families, and so it's nice that we kind of throw on this free roll for the partners that don't usually play any poker. Of course, I doubt we'll see many of the ladies we see on normal events, but we may do because, hey, free roll's a free roll.
10K, right? 10K prize pool up for grabs, as James mentions, for nothing. And yeah, if you bust, you can re-enter for $100. And yeah, about to get underway here on the feature. Looking forward to this one, Demps. Let's get into it.
Something a little different.
Yeah.
And I was just doing a little perusing on the old Hendon mob
Okay.
for our feature table here, and
Like when you peruse.
I do like a good peruse, and you know, there's some more than a few recorded caches between our table here. But Tuga Herzos, perhaps the most successful here. She got 7th in the Gangster Series warm-up, if you remember, last year. She's in the mix here. She's also had a myriad of caches here at Merit. In fact, has a sliver under $100,000 in career earnings. So
Pretty solid.
the most experience at this table.
I was going to say, I thought I recognized the surname, and I believe I've played at the
Yeah.
same table as her. Maybe in the, there
That's
she
her,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
She played
well.
great. Do you remember? She was
She
really
did
on
play
it.
really well. I remember well. Well then, into the action we go.
And like I say, I mean, if you're, you know, a lot of the ladies do play events anyway, and then it's like, hey, we're going to throw on this little free roll, $100. It's a quick structure, so you just get it done.
Sure.
Why wouldn't you come down? Why wouldn't you have a go? Here we go. Arapai in from the big, facing Vati on the button. And, well, Seabet having flop top pair. Danger already for what looks like a beautiful hand and ace-jack suited, but second pair on the 3-club board. Obviously, we're not loving it quite as much as perhaps we would have been pre-flop.
Sure. Yeah, pretty nice sizing choice from Vati, you know, on this coordinated monotone board. Going to go small a lot. Bets 4K into 13. You're never thrilled, of course, Demps. I'm with you, Arapi, though. Middle pair a little too strong at the moment, facing a button C-bet. Does make the call. 4th club materializing.
Not a card either player is, of course, going to be happy to see here. More so, perhaps, Arapi, given that there's also an overcard to her jack. Things do look bleak. Check, check, no surprise. Both players probably going to try and get this to showdown. I think the hand probably a little too strong to bluff with from the big blind.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I mean, occasionally, you know, your opponent could have improved to something like a queen 10, queen 9 that now goes into the lead in front of us. But I'm with you, enough showdown to check it down. Unfortunately, it gets the bad news. Vati takes down a pot of 21k on hand 1.
I'm loving this theme. This was a surprise to me. I didn't know this was going to be the case until the lights went up.
And look at that in the background, Merit Poker Queens. The set does look great though. I don't know, all this technical stuff these days, right? All these fancy lights under the tables. Looks great.
I'm going to go cycling nerdy on you now. But
oh, let's go, okay.
It reminds me of the Giro d'Italia. The Tour of Italy is a pink theme, and everything gets, all of Italy gets pinked up in the month of May. Right. Made it look beautiful with cyclists coming by. We've done it here for different reasons, but it's just triggering in my mind. That theme is it's just a nice color. I'm going to say it, Andrew. I like the color pink.
Consider me shocked. I have seen you rocking a very nice salmon shirt.
Oh yeah.
On occasion.
Salmon's safe.
Salmon shorts also. You're like, you can pull it off though, you see. It takes a special kind of confidence.
Arrogance, some might say.
Oh! I do remember though, you were trying to educate me in the, what was it? The Giro d'Italia?
Giro d'Italia.
That's the cycling, right? The Tour de France equivalent.
Exactly.
Are you proud of me for remembering?
Yeah, I am.
Although I do remember you showed me like a massive, like, well, bike wreck, I guess you would call it, with lots of injuries, and you told me that the two favourites both were injured for. I do listen to you.
Tour,
I do listen to you occasionally.
Wow.
And you were immediately on Bet365 to see who you could get the value.
That was
on.
in the Azulia, on the Tour of the Basque Country, that crash, and yeah, it massively impacted the Tour de France.
Yeah.
And today, Pogacar ended up winning, the favourite.
There we go.
Because the others, well, they weren't quite fit enough. And also maybe because Tadej Pogacar's the best rider. I don't want to take anything away from him. You can only beat what's in front of you, Andrew.
That's it, mate.
A bit like in poker. Well, look at this. We've got a lot of ace-X. What's going on here? Some limping. That's what's going on. Under the gun, kicking things off with Korkichlu. She started this. The rest happy to limp behind, and all sorts of kind of combinations here. But look at this. Paltrini in the small blind with the nut club combo. Perhaps the most excited here.
Round to Igagi, and she's going to take the betting lead, and she's gone huge. 10k into 12.
Open-ender, why not? Hey, look, let's just blast some clubs off. Not going to blast that club off. Gara here with Gigi kind of
Okay.
has a pair and a flush draw, but is drawing exceptionally thin because before, well, is smothered by the 5-8 and 5 on the turn. 6-4 now, much better set from Garo. She picks up an open end of her own, checks through, and one imagines Elgagi having made a pair. Oh, look at this. She's ramping it up, Andrew. This pure aggression.
I mean, I think she's just going to recognize here that having chosen such a big sizing on the flop and being called in 2 spots, 5 is very unlikely, of course, to be good.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Patrineri obviously going nowhere with that nut club draw. And Garo just, hey, I've got a pair. I've got an open ender. I'm sticking around. And, well, she has the best hand on the river. And it's a scary card if you're Agagi to bluff again, right?
100%, yeah. You're going to expect to be up against a fair amount of 10x. Can she find a triple barrel? We can see that there's a pretty strong chance it could work. But very difficult, James, to pull the trigger here. She does shut it down.
Look at this. Gara's going to win this hand.
How has she found a path to victory? I'm not sure.
With just the 6.
Confidently tables it. I'm going to get the good news.
Smiles around the table. I think Agagi realizing that, okay, that was the sort of combos that I could have bluffed.
I mean, it's a little unfortunate for Igagi, I think, right? To fire 10k flop, 15k turn, can't shake off the kind of measly 6.
Right, the ace of clubs kind of
Yeah, the
compelled
ace
at
of
the
clubs
price.
is like pretty much, we're fairly sure that's going to continue. And well done, Garo's stickiness rewarded.
Now again, if you have just tuned in, we're only just up and running. Of course, always going to be a lot of dynamics in this. This event is more than any other ladies event designed to get people to play. It is a free roll.
Right. Yeah.
So we are going to see a complete mix of experience and understanding of the game from the ladies
100%.
involved. Some will maybe have never played poker before. Andrew, you yourself were trying to get someone in this field, weren't you?
Oh, I was trying to get my beloved, my fiancée, Jade, to get into the mix. But she is, as you know, with child, a little uncomfortable. She basically, I can't repeat what she said to me in response to my suggestion. But you know, I said, you know, babies are expensive, right? Nappies, formula, all this good stuff. I said, this is a 10k prize pool, my darling. Get in there.
Free roll's a free roll. All right, Hersos. She's pumping this up from +2. Bat equals, Arap equals. Garo just flats with ace-king suited now and flops top 2 on the ace-king-9 board.
Oh, she's leading.
And Arapi, well, she's going to be in trouble here because she's flopped an ace with the 10 of diamonds kicker. That's something on this board.
And it's a pot-size lead from the small blind.
Yeah, now Arapi, just watch this last hand play out.
Oh, dear.
Actually going to proceed here with just 56k facing a 20k bet.
I mean, I think we just go broke a lot of the time, having seen... I mean, it's very difficult, right, to give Garo a hand better than ours. Like, ace-king's supposed to squeeze pre, pocket-king's supposed to squeeze pre, so unless we're up against some kind of a 2-pair hand,
Right.
a king-9 suited or something like
King-9's
this.
the one that makes the most sense, right, for hands we could be behind to, but we're not that far behind that hand.
Tell you something, if she finds
Oh, she just gave a
way-
little wink across the table.
If Arapi can find a way here to lay this down on the flop, it would be a sensational fold.
Right, it was a sort of 5 or 6 way
Sure.
hand to the flop. That's the one thing that's obviously she's considering here, is seeing so much action in front.
Garo's so interesting, just not really attempting to mask her emotions. Like kind of this cheeky little shoulder wiggle going on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And she's going to get away.
This is a great fold.
Wow.
Take a bow.
What a laydown.
Volevo pushare. Non so come si gioca questa. Guarda che te le fa vedere.
Oh, and she's going to show it. And Arapi going to be delighted.
Yeah, that feels
See that.
that feels nice when you're not sure. You make a big
Amazing.
fold and you get instant return. That not only were you know, saying like, well, we're not that far behind against the like hands of king-9 and even ace-9, we got outs. But when you see it's the hand that had me just dead,
Stone dead. Yeah.
that's a great feeling.
Great stuff.
Te l'ho detto, cazzo, troppo.
Adesso senti.
Avrà o c'ha tris di 9.
James, of course, touched on it. Going to be a variety of different levels of experience here. And so like Garo already, right off the bat, seems pretty difficult to range. We've seen her in there with the 6-4 off, be very sticky. And then just call with ace-king suited multi-way. Very interesting. Action now, round 2 Paltrinieri. Makes it 7k from the cutoff with the ace-jack. And Garo feeling the heat.
Oh, I mean, how can we fold? 2 from 2.
Sure.
In the big ones, at least. Kokiglu in the small ace-5 of clubs. She's going to come along as well.
Yeah, interesting. Does only start the hand with 10 big blinds. So might have been a spot to just go ahead and put it all in. Does decide to just call. And she could get into trouble, James.
Oh, she's going to be in trouble, all right. Half pot behind on a Jack-5 deuce board. Up against 2 top pairs. And
Okay, we had a donk shove for 13k, and Paltrinieri going for the ISO jam.
now, wow, Garo flopping at top pair herself.
Wow.
Is there any way she can fold this?
I mean, I think you certainly can. Facing jam and then an ISO for 50 bigs. That Jack 10 starts shrinking up heavily. You know, really best case scenario up against like a king 10 of spades.
Oh, wow.
Or something.
She
Nice
does make the
play
fold.
down.
And wow, Kurogiglu is going to get the bad news that it's just a pure 2-outer required. Only a 5 will get her out of this mess. Of course,
What did you
the
have?
3-4 runner for Chop.
What did you have?
Oh.
What did you have?
Spoken like a true seasoned pro.
Не говори.
Рекорд. Я не знаю, как на английском сказать.
She didn't want to reveal that she folded a jack. She doesn't want to know.
Some potential foreshadowing from Mr. Dempsey. Turn is that 3. The river is the case jack. We do lose Korek Skioglu. Nice hand, Paltrinieri.
Just.
I think we're going to have some spice on this feature. Consider me Mystic Meg.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
You know, a couple of very nice laydowns in there. Jack 10 from Garo. And the fold of the Ace 10. The hand before from Arapi. A couple of very nice folds post-flop.
Vuole stare. I'm sorry.
Action back round to Garo. With the suited Doyle Brunson. Here she comes again.
B Pippin high.
Yeah. Allows Sayapina to complete from the small with the Queen 5. Mangini content to check with 7-8 in the big.
Jack 9-7 board. Mangini vaulting out in front with that bottom pair. Has a gut shot that, of course, Garo has won herself with that 10 deuce. Swiftly checks through the Queen High of Sapina. Still no involvement. Mangini recognizing now, I think, against the action. 7's probably best. Let's do some denial.
Yep.
Bet. 2 swift folds. And just like that, another hand is done.
Yeah, Mangini gives me this sense. I don't know, sometimes you never want to cast too many assumptions in this game. Just the way she's sitting, Demps, the way she's shuffling the chips, and very quickly there, a little third pot stab. Looks very comfortable. Feel like she could have a fair bit of experience.
Well, if I...
Whoa!
Oh, Christ.
As we have a spillage in the booth.
Sorry, yeah, we're in an audio format here. But I was gesticulating violently with my arms just as the moment David Lappin wandered in carrying drinks. We're, of course, wearing headsets. Peripheral sound, not the best. And, yeah, disaster in the booth. Luckily, I can hear the production crew worrying backstage. Luckily, nothing hit the soundboard. I promise. It's just the carpet and David's lovely shirt. Maybe not even his shirt. We just got the carpet.
Don't worry, guys. We're professionals.
David, can I have a fresh latte, please? It's got something in the mug. Is that possible? You're a little burnt. Okay. What I was going to say to you is when I did some research on these players involved, it wouldn't surprise you to know that I found head mob entries, thus cashes in live arenas, from Mangini.
Have I made a good read?
No surprise there, right?
All right, brilliant.
Hersos we know about. Egagi, we kind of like felt the way she played that hand.
Yeah.
Maybe already had some chops around here. And Arapi. So exactly what you kind of just to already. We've seen the players who clearly have that little bit more experience at this table than the others.
Live read Demps. Well, interesting spot here. Sayapina kicked off the action with a limp. Mangini 4x'd out of the small with 9s. Finds a c-bet on ace, king, queen, and gets a hand with a good amount of equity to fold. Nicely done. Back-to-back pots for her.
I'm really admiring the mess, though.
Oh, it was quite the moment for me.
David's rubbing my back. I wonder if it's to get rid of the coffee that might have been on his hand. I'm not sure. Maybe he's just being nice. But he's looking at me. I don't know why he's standing here. I need a fresh coffee. Why are you still just standing here looking at the mess?
You know when
you brought poor Philip in here to clean it up. It's your mess.
Oh.
Oh. Well, the lights have gone out now and everything.
It's all happening.
I can hear still, so I'm assuming we're okay. We'll keep talking. I can't really see the coffee mess anymore. I'm really thirsty, though.
What a start to the stream. As Mr. Dempsey puts in a second order at Starbucks. And we wait for a return of our pictures. And here they come.
All right, we're back. I don't
we
know if
are
you
back.
viewers lost sight there, but we did. But we're back to, well, some action on Ace Jack 10. Vati with Ace 3. Arapi, I presumes the opener with this one with Ace Queen. A little cautious on that Jack pairing turn. Makes sense, of course. The most likely card, the card you're most hopeful your opponent has on the flop is now the card that beats you.
Yeah.
He's just going to check that one back on the running spades, and Vati will probably feel happy that she didn't lose too much more
100%.
on that board.
Yeah, it does decline the opportunity to go for a little river value. Understandable, pretty coordinated, scary run out. Nice pickup for Arapi.
Look at this set. I'm voting we keep the pink theme for the rest of the stop.
I quite like it. Look, even the spotlights up above.
It's beautiful.
It is.
And the lemons, of course. I tell you what, he did a very good job of juggling in the background of that intro video, did our man Lappin, but carrying coffees.
Nah.
And I know for a fact he used to work in a restaurant. That's
I'm not gonna lie, James.
You blaming me?
Kind of. I mean, I don't want to say blaming you because he did come barnstorming
Blindside.
in like an eager Cocker Spaniel came launching into the booth. And of course, you can't hear him.
No.
And so, you know, but you were just...
You say, I get the assist.
You were just gesticulating passionately about the game as you like
Dolce Vita, you got to throw your arms in the air. Come on.
Some Italian symbolism going on. And yeah, I don't know. We got through it. We always do. Right. Vati now is 3-betting to 8K. Oh, excuse me, it's limp, and then she's made it 8K from the small. Gonna end up a multi-way affair now. Everybody completing for the additional 5. It's fast and furious action.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the kind of hand that we might not see Herzog play in, let's say, one of the regular tournaments we see her play here at Merit, but she's obviously willing to get in the mix, understanding that there's a vast experience golf at this table and in this tournament.
Yeah, Vati has flopped massive top pair and the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, she's someone just her demeanor at the table thus far. I mean, look at just the way she's playing with the chips and stuff. It's like, okay, she's played some poker.
100%.
Can I say check?
Yeah, see, obviously, Garo, we saw that before. Obviously, clearly not as much experience in the game. But that's what's so beautiful about a format like this. The first bullet's free. So everyone's incentivized to have a go. If you're on the island, I mean, if you're here with friends or family, hey, just jump in.
Yeah.
What's the worst that can happen?
I'm telling you, I was trying to get the missus to even max late reg it if she didn't want to sit there for too long.
Just get JD in there.
Yeah. Unsurprisingly now, my room key doesn't work any longer, but it's going to be okay. You've offered the couch up for the evening. Well, you haven't yet, but now we're live on air, and you can't possibly turn me down.
Can't say no.
Good man.
Got me. There's a couch just out here, actually.
I'm sleeping in the Onyx for the evening. No, but it is going to make it fascinating for us because tough to get a read on Garo, right? We can imagine like her ranges are going to be a little bit spicy, a little bit all over. And it's going to be interesting to see some of the more experienced ladies try to get a handle on her. I mean, she has 170k demps.
Right.
She has a lot of chips.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of good pots go her way.
Yeah.
Here we have Garo limping in, and exactly this. So obviously, Vati pouncing on this. Again, we've just picked up coverage in this event, but it did start a few hours ago, so they'll know already. Like the likes of Gatti will know who's... Vati will know who's played more poker, who hasn't played as much poker. So an 8k raise. Isolating Garo. That's the situation that has been accomplished as the two of them head to a flop with 23k in there. And, well, ace, queen, 8 with a couple of diamonds. Vati's still best and reason to barrel on this kind of board texture as the opener. But Garo will be going nowhere thus far with this 9-6 of diamonds. But actually, look at this. Vati deciding perhaps the delayed check back we saw Garo just bet huge when she had a big hand a minute ago. So maybe she's thinking, hey, I can check back here. And if she checks again, maybe that's when I spring my trap. And that's exactly what happened. Bet just 5K and got a fold from the flush draw. There you go. More than one way to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, Vati perhaps deciding she can still represent some strong hands by checking flop and going for it on the turn and potentially the river. Nicely done. A little tight from Garo on the turn for the price she was getting, but maybe with just one card to come, wants to keep things simple. Kind of makes sense, right? Like if you don't have too much experience, you'd rather like have more of a piece of it to continue. Makes some sense.
Something, you know, flush draw looks so much better on the flop than does the turn.
You never know. Maybe it's like the ultimate bluff. You know, the like, can I check?
Can I check? Yeah.
You know. Maybe she's played infinite amounts of poker and is pulling the wool over the eyes. Does come in for another limp though. Onto Sayapina. Has a very big hand. Ace King from +1. Reaches for raising chips. Looks like 20K.
Big.
Chunky.
Again, someone just the way that they handled the chips there, I think a little bit more experience at the table.
Sure.
Let's see. Garo facing 20K. How keen is she to play this hand? Not at all, she says. So Peanut with the small pickup, but not insignificant.
Yeah, something to be said for just trying to get a whole heap of money into the pot pre-flop. You know, against players that you might perceive to be pretty inexperienced. They might make a few too many loose limp calls. 20K a little too steep on this occasion for Garo.
Tell you what, I haven't seen Mr. Lapham return yet with my fresh coffee. Where's he gone? Oh,
You've chastised the poor man.
I've just put my head outside the booth and he's just sitting on the sofa. Where's my coffee? David, is it on the way?
Well, while Demps tries to organize himself some fresh caffeine, Sayapina finds another strong hand, Ace Queen of Diamonds from under the gun. Once again, it goes for a very large size. 5xing to 15K. Well, here we go. First all-in and potential call at this feature table. 5x, James from Sayapina and Hersaw's pocket nines.
She knows the
10
game.
bigs, time to go.
Yeah.
What does Igagi do now, though? Cold finds King, Queen of Spades in the cutoff. Of course, against a 5x and a 10 big blind all-in, that hand shrinks considerably. May feel like gambling. Just taking some inventory of her stack. Oh. Thought for a moment they were going in. Here we go.
Here we are. They are in. She cold calls.
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
Adrianeri finding ace queen suited herself behind, facing a lot of action. Looks like her instinct is to fold the way she's holding those cards.
Well done.
Great fold. I mean, we can see here actually she's in fine shape, but this is a lot of action to be looking down at ace queen.
Yeah, very nice laydown. Well, here we go. Sayapina going to reopen the action, and Igagi now in between a rock and a hard place has committed and more than a third of her chips already.
And how good does Paltrianeri feel now seeing this action? She folded and then it's a snap jam from the opener.
Absolutely.
Igagi, spot now, kind of situation that's being created.
I mean, perhaps better served Demps to just go all in pre-flop if we're going to continue. Kind of forced to call off now, right? I mean,
very hard to fold.
Such a good price.
And it, you know, the king queen suited, it kind of does okay in these situations. You can see dominated here, but still 31% equity. Falling 50 to win 152. Clearly getting the price in this instance. Wow, look at the smile from Sayapina.
I mean, she would be delighted, of course, to see a fold here.
Yes. Yeah, she does not want to call from this hand, even though she's... Actually, she's probably okay with it for the side pot creation, I guess.
I think she has committed the chips.
I know Hersel doesn't want the call. Of course, she can't win any more money.
Or did she? I thought I heard them go in. Yeah, interesting that we had a hand last night where pocket nines managed to get it in and treble up. And it was very similar to this where Herzog has got to be sitting there, Demps, thinking, I'm close to dead here unless I hit a 9 with the amount of action that we've seen. But she's going to be in fine shape if this goes multi-way. Yep, she does commit the last of them. Here we go, 3-way coup. Herzog's in front, looking to hold off.
Yeah, she'll take the spot.
3
Chance
overs.
to get up to just over 100k if her 2 9s hold up. Sayapina, the favorite in the side pot, which is, again, around about 100k. 2 separate pots on the go. Can Herzog get back in the action here?
She's in pretty good shape. Igagi looking for a king for the immediate help.
Well, Jack 8 deuce, couple of hearts. No improvement from anyone just yet. Herzog likes that development. Not even backdoor flush draws available here for her 2 opponents, but the queen on the turn. That's a dagger. However, it is the queen of hearts. She picks up a flush draw. A 10 would, of course, also make a straight. Sayapina looking to scoop the whole pot, and that's what she's going to do when the board pairing 8 rolls off.
Feels like Igagi perhaps saying there, I should have jammed it in pre.
Nice hand, In terza che ha messo un cappadonna.
Ha messo mezzo stack.
I heard Capadonna in there. I'm trying to translate. I'm hearing bits.
Come on then, Demps, what's that? Give it to me.
A lot of languages spoken here at Merit that translates in any kind of game.
A huge pot for Sayapina. Vaults into the chip lead at this table.
Какой-то номинал желтый.
Это 50? 25.
25?
Action back round to Vati. 8-6 of clubs in the hijack. Gonna come in for a raise to 6k. Arapi finds pocket 9s in the cutoff. Certainly some potential to 3-bet jam this hand, working with 23 blinds. Does decide to just call. Look at this, Sayapina feeling it.
There we go, little action. Why not?
A curious decision. 5 big blinds, 3-bet out the big. And Arapi now caught in the middle. Does have the best of it with pocket 9s.
It's got a little tougher to navigate, but at this point maybe just feeling, hey look, I've got 9s, I'm going to call, I'm basically going to set mine, but maybe there's some times where I get a really favorable flop.
Sure.
King 7-3 is a tough one.
Sayapina has opened this one up for herself to potentially win at post, but does check. Through to Arapi, she does the same.
Now quickly checks back the 2 9s, and well, if she sees a second check here, maybe she's going to take a stab there, but instead it's Vati who's going to step out here with, well, a 0 equity bluff. Maybe thinking neither player has a pair, can just pick this one up here. Scary proposition, as you mentioned, of course, when Sayapina's come out with the clicky 3-bet from the big blind. Vati's still going to have plenty of the King X combos. Might want to bet here, but is 2 9s a little bit too much, do we think? It's hard to fold.
Very tricky, you know, trying to start assigning sort of bluffs for Vati. Going to be some diamond combos in there, James, I would say. Maybe stuff like a 10 Jack of Diamonds, Queen Jack of Diamonds type hands that we are doing okay against. But of course, there are a lot of King X in there. And you wouldn't typically expect in a spot like this too many no equity bluffs like you just referenced that Vati has. Very tricky, and we don't close the action. Do have Sayapina behind, who can be lurking with some potential traps or some continues of her own. Well done so far from Arapi.
Yep.
Finds the tank call.
Sayapina must now know, of course, she can't get up to any more trouble in this one. with the bed on a call. And look at this, Batty drawing dead and maybe saving herself perhaps by catching a piece here.
I think likely, you know, we can just win now against those diamond draws that we were referencing. Whether she recognizes that she needs to pull the trigger and get a hand like a 7, James, to fold, which is essentially the same as the 9s. And she finds the bluff shove.
Whoa, I was not expecting this.
Wow, credit to her.
It was a rappy. Look at this reaction. She tank called turn. I wonder if that just gave off the kind of weakness vibe.
Yeah, and she really did look very uncomfortable. Whether Vati has picked up on this, right? And what a play! Vati gets the better hand to fold. Brilliantly played.
I thought there was no way she could win that pot after she caught some showdown value. But
yeah, what a great jam.
Recognized the hand wasn't good enough. Went full bully.
I think I'm with you. Really probably just read into the body language, right? And thought, this isn't a king. This is more likely a hand with marginal showdown. Very nicely done.
Yang Zhu joining the table. She's bringing 124k, equating to 41 big blinds as we kick things up a fraction. Blinds going up to 2k, 4k now. We just finished that 3k big blind level, so things will shallow out. Very quick structure, as you'd imagine. This is a one-day first buy-in's a free roll. We kind of want to get things moving, but
yeah, pretty turbo structure. Got to tip the cap once more there to Vati. That's a sensational river bluff. Clearly knows her way around the felt. Tough one for Arapi. Yeah, as James just referenced, it's going to be a pretty quick structure and should lead to more fireworks. Paltrinieri in there, making this 16k. 4x open, pretty chunky.
yeah. You know what? We're going to play without graphics for a minute.
Sweat with Paltrinieri.
Okay.
Wasn't much of a sweat. She got it through.
Yeah, it really wasn't, was it? That'd have been more fun if we'd seen multiple streaks of action, different players involved. There we go. Now, of course, this is a 10k prize pool with re-entries, but guaranteed at 10k. We're going to assume it's going to finish at a 10k prize pool, but does include that wonderful little addition from our friends at PokerStars, the Women's Winter Festival taking place in London in November, in the £400 event there, the main event. A seat for that event will be awarded to the winner here, along with 3 nights hotel in London, which, as Lappin pointed out, was like, well, that's way more than the buy-in.
That's chunky in its own right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 nights at the Indigo Hotel.
3 nights, yeah, towards 21st to 24th of November, that event. So, a little trip to London. And I have to say, as someone from London, doesn't live there anymore, but
yeah,
4,000.
London in the winter is pretty nice. It's like an indoor city. And when the weather's not so good, you go in, nice bars, restaurants, whatever. It's a good time to be there.
Yeah, beautiful little
and also,
sweetener of the pot.
To say, that time of the year, Winter Wonderland is in full swing, which is my favourite thing to do in London.
I can see you strolling around with a little spiced cider.
There we go. Well, yeah, like maybe a mulled wine, but sure, yeah. I'm not drinking a cider. Come on, I'm
culture.
Do I look like a savage?
I am. I'm a spiced cider man.
I can see that.
That's why me and you work well as a duo. One man's spiced cider is another's mulled wine.
Yeah, if both drinks got delivered here, we wouldn't have to fight over them, would we?
You got some cloves in there, do you, in the mulled wine? You never tried that? Adds a little bit of extra, like cinnamony.
Yeah, I mean, like I put some like a cinnamon stick in there, I can see, but yeah. Like, king, tray, 10.
Oh, look at this!
Whoa.
Garros, she's heroed with 9 high. Look at this. Mangini's like, that's my pot. Wow.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mangini bluffing with 9 high, recognizing that no one in this pot had anything, but she got called by 9 high.
Tell me something, Garro is here to play.
Non passano mai. Io prima ho passato 9-9.
It was a good read.
Very good read.
She was like, you're bluffing.
Yeah.
Like the 9 highs, because you don't expect ace high to bluff. Queen high probably doesn't need to bluff. Does jack high bluff? Probably not. So
There you go.
actually 9 highs may be like right about where we can think of making a superhero call.
Just taking it a little step further. If your opponent bluffs into, like, if someone tries to execute a bluff and they see that Garrow is willing to call river with 9 high, you don't want to bluff her at any future point on this table. As we see James's face light up, he finally got his coffee, ladies and gents.
He wasn't quick, was he?
Without incident, may I say. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Lappin will, of course, be joining in due course. But for now, it's just serving as our waiter. Very nice of him.
Garrow now limps with deuces. Vati going to bump it up with ace-king.
Verso metà stack con lei.
How does Garrow want to proceed here? With the deuces.
Yeah,
Looks like
I see a
call.
call. Definitely that's her stall, is to limp in, see some flops, figure it out later on.
Like, imagine trying to bluff Garrow now after seeing that with
Yeah.
the point I was making.
Oh, she's found the
here we go.
deuce. She's found the deuce. Vati has been so aggressive up to now. But yeah, on that point, she's been so aggressive. She might think, hey, look, I just saw Garrow call the river
Right.
with 9 high. Maybe I've just got to try and get as much value as possible with the ace-king.
Look at this, finds the slow play. Working out beautifully so far.
Oh, she's trying to... She tried to raise to 50. She threw in 15, trying to make out now it's a raise.
Oh, no!
Oh, no, Vati. This is cool.
Oh.
But Vati quickly recognizing, hey, look, Garrow suddenly wanted to raise. This is someone who hasn't made an aggressive action. Oh, and now the snap check back!
What is going on?
Oh, this is
Oh,
beautiful.
look at this.
Oh,
Oh, she found the river check.
Vati's so confused.
No!
No, Garrow's check!
Oh, no, Garrow! She's checked back the effective nuts. Vati somehow loses only 11k post. The ladies can't believe it.
Full.
A little nod of approval to Vati.
And Pautianeri looking over at Vati and sort of nodding and laughing, going, how have you got away with this one?
Garrow, the wild card. Hero calling with 9 high. Somehow checking back inexplicably with a boat. Very tough for us to analyze in the booth. But she is chip leading this table. Wow. Vati, somehow.
How has she not lost more money in this
How has
part?
she not been, potentially could have been felted? So we have 2 new arrivals here on the feature.
Yeah, Ayla Bolhasani coming in seat 2, and Maria Divinatina coming in seat 4. I botch pronunciations.
That was pretty good, I'd say.
I think you're here for those more than I am. I mean,
Thanks, mate.
everything just sounds better in a Scottish accent when you say names. You know,
Ставлю, можно же так, да?
Saya Pina here in seat 2.
there we go.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Oh.
It's a lot of noise for 2 jacks.
Is a lot of noise.
Большой блайнд. Там.
She was questioning as to where the action had begun, I guess. I saw the dealer gesture towards the big blind, so...
And we have seen her go for some chunky opens. Looks like another one. 25k. 6x. Round 2, Arapi may decide this is enough hand to gamble occasionally, James. 7 bigs, but she is going to get out of the way.
Non era male.
Oh, now then. Paltrinieri, very good.
She recognized it. Well done. Great fold.
She's
I thought
showcased.
she might, because what I've seen so far, I think her and Vati have been very
Yeah,
good
I'm with
up
you.
to now. And Arapi as well. I mean, we haven't seen a huge amount of hands, but
Sure.
those 3 seem to recognize they're kind of in a good spot in this free. Well, as we keep mentioning, the first bullet was free, hence we're seeing some players who maybe have barely ever played poker before in here. That wildcard mixing it up. It's kind of fun to see how this plays out because of all that, because of all
Absolutely.
these wildcards.
Very enjoyable to watch so far. Paltrinieri really impressing me. She's shown the sort of most natural poker instincts, I'd like to posit. You know, we saw her fold the ace-queen suited when we had the raise
Yeah, without too
all
much
in
fanfare.
for 10 bigs. Yeah, like snap folded ace queen suited. And there also, right, ace jack off. You know, it was worthy of consideration, but she quickly ditched it. Granted, it was against a big open, but she's one to watch. Mangini, big hand. Pocket queens from +2.
Niti Mangini, another one of those who does have some course record on the Hendemod. Bunch of cashes in and around Italy, but more recently at the PokerStars EPT stuff in Monte Carlo, cash there in the FPS main event and in the ladies event, I believe, as well. Oh, pardon me, just the 500. So two cashes there in open field events.
Does pick up 3 callers. Vati and MP with 7-8 off, pretty wide. And some more normal, quote-unquote, calls from Paltrinieri in the small and Garo completing. Could be trouble for Paltrinieri. Does flop top pair.
Yeah, looks like she's reaching just to lead out here.
Yeah, and that's chunky.
Big, right?
Real big. 32K, I believe, not 27. Great spot this now for Mangini. In they go. Very easy jam for 60K.
Yeah, and Paltrinieri obviously just can't fold at this point, recognizing that, flicks it in. Just recognizing a scary kind of board, and usually you get action from some worse, and just deciding to run it here with that top pair. And who can blame her? Mangini looking to hold. Still, of course, plenty of outs. Jack or 10, some backdoor. Well, that's a bad card, but it does produce some fresh outs in the form of the 9s. We can see, by virtue of the folder cards, there are only 2 remaining, and that is not one of them. Paltrinieri down to just 60K, but Mangini, she's up to 165 and a bit starting stacks, double average.
Yeah, well done.
60.
Gets it in there, post flop with the overpair, finds the hold. And we've seen a few clues already from Mangini with her bet sizings, you know, some creative stabs. Makes it 9K there pre, you know, at 2-4. We've seen lots of sort of 4 or 5x opens. This very much a more, you know, standard open size. She's going to be a threat. As we approach the end of level 13, blinds will be going up to 2 and 5K after this next hand.
Yeah, we'll squeeze one more in at this level.
4,000. 1,000. 2,000.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as this tournament progresses through the evening. Of course, it is a very fast structure, so those with the less experience still have a very good chance in this one, because it is going to become a shove fest fairly quickly. On the flip, I think we will see a filtering of those who are perhaps have a better nuanced strategy around the poker table will surely start to shine through. So it'd be interesting to keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like sometimes you see those charity games where you get a mix of people who've got a lot of experience at poker table and some playing not for the first time, but near enough. I'm trying to think if I remember seeing a hand recently. I don't think it was a recent hand, but seeing a clip recently of, I believe it was Maria Ho playing against Tony Hawk in some televised game. I don't know if you've seen this one, where she bluffs on like a 4 to a suit board with 6 high, and he calls with 7 high or something nonsense like that, and you're like, okay, you somewhat have to like adjust. Well, you have to adjust your strategy massively in these scenarios.
Sure.
But yeah, one of the funnier hands I've seen on a televised table.
Yeah, and Maria is just inexplicable. She's just like, how could you possibly have known Tony?
I think she might have had even like the nut low and he had the second nut low, something like that. Like it was only the hand that he could beat.
And once again here, very impressed with Mangini. You know, she's sort of recognizing that this ace favors her, delays flop, starts bluffing turn.
Ooh.
Oh, Garo got sticky with bottom pair and improves to 2 pair and is reaching. Seen her do this a few times and then check.
Interesting when
she's
dealing with an opponent who doesn't want to bet full house, but now comes out betting. Well,
B10. Beautiful. The advanced blocker. Oh, and Mangini gives the donation.
Needs to see it.
Much.
Mangini's Not thrilled about that.
Actually pretty sick from Garo. Like,
Yeah, it's just funny when we saw Gara play that hand when she had a
Being
set of
induced.
deuces and
Yeah.
like misclick didn't raise enough on the flop, said she wanted to raise, then just checked it down with a full house. Now comes out with the really small lead.
actually pretty reasonable.
It's flummoxing.
Absolutely is. Well, we knew this was going to be a fun one. Garo has been box office at this feature table. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, she's the one with, well, the second biggest stack at this table. 184k is the number she's wielding, as Bahassani coming in for the first time at this table, raising it up with King Jack, and wouldn't you know it, she's getting a customer. Who would it be, Andrew?
It's Garo.
There we go. In comes Garo with 4-5 off from the button. Show with Jack 8 in the small, going to complete.
Oh.
Well, this is where it gets interesting, right? Saipina with 2 7s in the big blind. Yeah, just going to squeeze it up. I like it. We know the button peel is probably wide. The small man peel, therefore, is probably wide as well. If she gets it through Bahassani here, then good chance to believe she would just win the pot. And hey, even if she doesn't, maybe just happy to try and play a big pot with 2 7s against Garo.
Really nice size and choice as well. You know, against 3 limps, bumping it up to 6x out of position. Oh, Garo,
Whoa.
dicey waters.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
She's about to... Oh, she's misclicked.
She is calling. I must say, we have seen her
pardon me.
speculate. We have seen her speculate a bunch pre-flop, but mostly fold to aggression. This one is spicy.
I had the chip values wrong in my head there for a second. I thought there was... For some reason, I thought there were 25Ks. Got excited thinking about coming out with the spicy back raise with the 4-5.
Oh, she shoves.
Pina just drops the hammer post-flop on this one.
Goodness me, 2x pot.
Recognizing Garo's just in there with basically range. Have that.
Sayapina really has shown a lot of aggression. Gives the head a shake. Savage 2x pot jam. Take a moment for a breath. Yeah. It's been pretty non-stop so far.
I need that second.
Yeah.
Action fast and furious here at the Dolce Vita Festival in beautiful Merritt, Northern Cyprus.
2. Сколько? Или 2502.
Andrew, I dumped you for dinner tonight.
You did.
I popped to the casino here in Merritt Casino Restaurant.
Right.
And just had some beautiful venison
Oh.
for dinner, let me tell you. I don't know what...
Was it tender taste sensation? Melt in the mouth?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Was it really good?
It was very good.
Nice.
Although it was served with the Northern Cyprus interpretation of Yorkshire pudding.
Oh. Oh, is this fried dough they call it, or whatever?
Well, I mean, you just...
It is, right?
If someone mentions any kind of food that might be fried or...
Scottish, mate.
I'll show you a picture.
Hey,
Okay,
hold on
I
a
recognise-
second. We're going to come back to it, because look at this.
Well, fine, we'll talk about poker.
Come on, mate, we're gonna
I want
have
to talk
to.
about food, but sure.
I know you do, but look at
Yeah,
this.
You're right, there's a lot of hands here. Sayapina squeezing. Mangini just folding the 2 10s, recognizing... Yeah, and just going to be happy when she hears that action. As Vati can understand the fold, right? 2 10s.
Sure, I like it a lot.
No.
Ну, конечно.
She says a call, of course. Well, here we go. Huge flip.
295,000 chips, 10 starting stacks in the pot.
It's a big one.
Vabbè, ma come l'hanno giocata? Cioè.
Se non avevi 2 dietro, magari ce la facevi.
Heart in the window, another behind her, but as for now, Sayapina's 2 8s. Still the leading hand, although with card removal we can see Vati the favourite. Only 3 of her outs have been folded. Cypina could kill this. Hasn't yet.
Too many outs,
And
James?
Genie, of course, with the 210 sitting there going, right, did I have to fold this?
Yes, she did.
Yes, you did. She would have been outdrawn on the river, just as Cypina has been. Vati up to 10 stacks. Cypina, though, still with 125k, more than average. There are some chips flying around and off each
Really
table.
are. Right, come on then. Venison, Yorkshire pudding, Cypriot style. Give it to me.
I was asked to take a picture and show it to you, for your interpretation and your thought of what a Yorkshire pudding might look like. And I see you're putting a bit of a face.
Okay,
It hasn't
so
quite blossomed.
they kind of look like muffins.
A little bit.
But
Tasted nice.
was it the same texture?
It wasn't
Or
like the dry crispiness. Yeah, it wasn't as light, but they were nice. For the venison,
Pretty good.
was excellent. Cauliflower cheese. It was like having Sunday roast.
Oh,
Apart from it was.
you like a nice
What
roast.
day it is today? Monday?
Monday.
Quella, mo lei è pericolosa, lei sa giocare, è l'unica che sa giocare.
So basically what you're saying is it was worth abandoning me to go for a fancy dinner. That's basically what you're saying, James.
I mean, I would abandon you to go for a
I know you would.
petrol station dinner.
For a chippy. You would, really. A petrol station ginsters.
Like a little 2-day-old prawn
Ginsters
sandwich just
melted.
sitting in the fridge just behind the can of Monster. just
What? Look, I know you love me. It's one of these things that takes a long time to reconcile in your mind. But it's okay. One day you will accept that we have a deep emotional bond.
Yes. 5-5.
Right.
one day I'll accept it. I'm not happy about it, but I will one day
may not
have to
happen.
accept it.
It may not happen for several decades,
Yeah.
but one day. Anyway, enough of our nonsense. Very nice double up for Vati. We did say we thought she'd be a threat. She certainly will be now with 300k in front of her.
Yeah. Again, you can just tell those who spent time at a poker table and those who haven't by the way they hold the chips.
Yeah, Paltrinieri I've been impressed with, and Mangini are the two standouts for me. Like that fold with pocket tens from Mangini with all that action, like it a lot. And we can see she'd have been out of the tournament if she had committed the chips forward.
Yeah. Again, look at that. Just the way she's playing with a chip, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
3 in the window for Bohosani. Flopping the set from the big blind, wasting no time. It's like she's going to come leading at this limp pot. Garo with the gut shot. Cypina and Genie with nothing. Just 5k the wager. Bohosani doesn't want to lose any customers here. Just a tickle bet.
I like the fact that she's gone small if we are going to lead at this pot. You know, you don't want to go too chunky, and she has kept in a marginal draw. Garo looking for a 5, of course.
Snap check. Bohosani. The spade comes up, and look at this. She's going to...
I think she bet 5k again.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, I think so.
You're quite right, she did. And a swift call once more from Garo. River brick. This time, Bohosani just check, just extends some rope, perhaps for Garo to bluff, but instead, check, check.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much bluffing from Garo. Nice pickup, though, for Bohosani.
Yeah, it's funny demeanor at the table and the way you handle chips and cards and that, because it's someone, I won't name the person, but I was helping a friend out, and she was like,
name them.
I kind of, she's like, she made an admission, she's like, I can't riffle chips. I need to learn. Like, I need to intimidate people at the table. I need to know, for them to know that I mean business when I'm there. So we, you know, we had a few practice sessions
through the exercises
of trying to riffle chips. But it's true, because it just, we just do it subconsciously. You see someone at the table who can do that, you kind of know they play. When you see someone who can't handle the chips, you instantly kind of, okay, I'm going to put like a little mark on them. This is the person I'm going to kind of go after. You do want to go under the radar a bit and just also conscious recognizing when someone has been around a table.
Can you do the old knuckle one?
Roll it across the knuckles? Yeah.
Can you? I can't do it.
I can do it. I can't do it all the way. Oh, maybe I can do it all the way, actually.
I might look like a bit of a fish, I think.
You do.
Don't answer that. But, you know, historically, I played mostly online poker. So
I mean, the sun went down a good few hours ago and you've got sunglasses on.
No, I don't. They're on my T-shirt. That's
not.
the fashion, Jim.
They're not, chat. I'm
Yes,
sitting
they
in the
are.
booth with him. He's wearing sunglasses. If we had a camera back here, you could tell. But
No, but I can't actually just do, you know, like a normal riffle where you mix them together. I can't even do that one.
oh, well, you're in the same
I
camp
just
then.
do the, I can just, you know, click them and play about with them a bit.
I've got to teach you to riffle chips when we're tomorrow. We've got a day off tomorrow.
All right, tomorrow we do it.
That's it. Well, that could be it. We'll just film some content. It'll be myself and David teaching you how to riffle chips. As these two see a flop, Vati and Garo.
You don't think David Lappin can riffle chips, do you?
He doesn't usually have chips for long enough. But
Oh.
Vati with the C-bet, and look at this, getting Garo to commit chips with just 3% equity on the ace-10-3.
Yeah, it does feel as if her discipline is sort of wearing off a little.
Vati just checking, do I have the jack of diamonds? She went very small on the flop, just 5k, but yeah, it's just going to try and build this pot over the streets, 15k this time.
Oh, wow.
And again, drawing dead in terms of showdown. Garo calls once more with the king high and finds a king on the river. Could be some trouble for him. Pardon me. As, oh, Vati just checks it. Doesn't. The audience at home can hear, but we momentarily lost table sound. But
we're back now.
I'm assuming you can all hear us.
I go to the toilet, ritorno.
Vati pulling in more chips.
Yeah, she's on the move. Up to 350k or so. Action on Arapi under the gun. She's very short now. I believe 5 big blinds. Effective stack. Yeah, 5.5. And she finds a very playable Jack-10 suited, and in they go.
Yeah, her face says it all. It's like, how have I not got chips here? Seeing all these pots go off. Ah, Patronary with King, Queen, O in the next seat. Again, one of these players.
Yeah, I think this has to go in. Wow, that's pretty tight.
I think just recognizing that the whole table backed out behind. And Garo, well, her VPIP percentage is super high. This one makes a lot of sense. Ace, Queen of Spades.
Последняя же раздача, да? Ну, 20 секунд осталось.
I just want to say a shout out in the chat to a loyal viewer here we have here. David Lappin, saying I'm right here. We were mugging him off. Well, I was mugging him off. You were being very kind.
I'm always very kind, I think. It's a weakness of mine.
Guillotine, King 10 off in the big.
Yeah, interesting decision here, right? Facing sort of 5.5 blinds. Could have been compelled to flick it in, but does find the disciplined laydown.
Arapi will be happy to see this scenario live cards. Garo, the very strong, uncharacteristically so, holding in the ace-queen.
Yeah, looking to steady the ship after leaking some chips over the preceding 5 or so hands.
Diamond in the window, 2 aces behind. All but race run for Arapi.
Yeah, dead to running diamonds.
And that will confirm it. GG's. Arapi to the rail. Garo boosting that stack back up a little bit.
She's quite the character.
She really is. Loving every moment of it. How great is this?
It's great to see, right?
Well, it's one of the first times she's clearly ever played poker before, and she's just under the bright lights here at Merritt on the stage and winning pots.
Holding her own, right? It's beautiful to see. And you know, we say this a lot. It's nice to see emotion and happiness at the table from time to time. So, as we take a little look at the chip counts, Luciana Vati Let's put some daylight between her and the field. 55 big blinds. Followed by Balhassani and Garo, both in the 24 to 30 big blind realm. Then we have Mangini, Sayapina, Yangzhou, and Maria de Vignatina, all with 20 big blinds. And our short stack, Julie Paltrinieri with 10 big blinds. With work to do. How did I do? That was
well done.
That was pretty good, eh?
I was just settling myself in here, getting a little more comfortable in the booth, and you rattled through all those with barely a blip.
They don't hire me just for my charisma, James. Right? You always go quiet every time. I give you the window to give me a bit of love.
That's all you want, is a little bit of love and validation.
Love. I need a bit of validation, mate.
Don't we all?
I can do the pronunciating. See what I did there?
You messed up the word?
I know, it was for fun.
Oh, that was Wikimedia. I just thought it was because you're Scottish.
Come on, mate. Now, no xenophobia will be tolerated here at Merit Poker, you know that.
Balhassani, she's coming in with ace-6-0 from the cutoff. Doing so via a limp. Have we got a rare spot where Garo folded? What were the cards? She let one go?
Yeah, genuinely might have had 100% VPIP in the preceding sort of 20 hands.
Close enough, yeah.
Once again, by the way, credit to Paltrinieri. We did say that we've been impressed by her, and she finds the shove here for 10 blinds with a pretty weak holding, recognizing the weak limp. Well done. She hasn't really put her foot wrong, Demps. Got it in with top pair against an overpair.
You know, like me, who just put my foot on
on the coffee patch.
The coffee patch on the carpet.
These things happen.
They really do.
You'll survive.
Always to me. Why always me?
He was Italian.
He was. Still is.
Still is. That's true.
Mario Balotelli.
Yeah.
Favorite Balotelli stories or quotes?
There's so many.
There are so many. It's hard to pick one, isn't it?
It's the, I guess it's the fireworks in the bathroom one. Yeah. And he went to, his mum sent him to IKEA to buy, I believe, a kettle.
Right.
And he came home with, I think it was a table tennis table, like just various ridiculous contraptions.
He's gone to buy like a piece of furniture and came out with 30 grand's worth of toys. Yeah.
But she sent him for a kettle and he didn't bring one back.
Oh, that didn't make it. Like.
Yeah. Now then, Sayapina, 20k, pocket jacks, Mangini, calling in position with the hand that we know loves to do just that, king, queen suited.
Oh, yeah.
Two real hands.
Heads up to the flop, they will go.
Oh.
Alan.
Well,
did see a red.
David,
I did see a red card.
We lost pictures for a second, but we hear an all-in.
Which is likely.
What are we going to come back to see, David? What are we going to come back to see?
Open shove on the flop from Sayapina. Here we go.
10-7-6. Got the job done.
Yeah, unfortunate for Mangini. Pure whiff. She's shown a lot of aggression at Sayapina. You know, when she plays a pot,
oh yeah,
she plays it with gusto.
She ain't checking.
Мой, да? Мою?
Мой 6.
Balhassani back at it with another limp. From +2 with ace-6 off. Vati going to overlimp with 8-9 of diamonds, as does de Vignatina. That's a beautiful surname.
It really is.
Yeah.
Vignatina.
Garo, look at the discipline. She's out of the way again with the 6-3-0. Zhu gets a look at the flop with the ace-deuce. Decides to check. Oh,
8-9-5. Here we go. Okay, Vati top 2. Vignatina in trouble. Let me just pair that 8. So much trouble, in fact, because we can see we have 2 aces here in this pot. Balhassani, well, she's got a gut shot and the ace of spades working.
A very interesting combo. We are, of course, somewhat in the weeds The fact that she's limped here from early.
How nice, like, what a nice hand this could be potentially to get really naughty and pump it up.
Absolutely. Oh,
whoa.
Wow, what a cold deck.
Well, you said you like Divinatina's name. I think it might be the last time you get to say it because she has just been turned effectively dead.
By the way, credit to Vati here, setting the trap, trying to let some draws like a 10-jack or spades type holding start to bluff. And you do indeed have the essential nuts. Oh, she's giving it the acting.
Yeah, Hollywood.
Big sigh.
A big sigh followed by a raise, or is it a big sigh followed by a call? That's the question.
I think just call. I'm going for the sigh call.
Divinatina praying for a raise, and that's
It
what
is.
she's got. 15k more to call. Question now for herself. Whether to just jam, she does. Gets swiftly called, and, well, an ace is what's required, but I believe they've all been folded. Little does she know.
What a brutal turn card.
Destroying dead. That's it.
GG's.
GG's. All the aces are gone. The tick is next to Vati's name. There are no outs.
Good game.
And Vati on an absolute tear.
Yeah, 463k, 4.5 times the average stack at this stage. 15 starting stacks. That's a good place to be in.
Просто идет карта.
And that's a good place to be in as well. Merit poker.
Просто тупо идет карта.
Look at Vati go. How do you stack your chip stamps? Are you a one tower man, or are you like very regimented army type, stacked in 20s?
Всего лишь.
I vary.
Do you
I mix
vary?
it up. Yeah, I'm not a...
Depending how playful you feel on the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Она же, ты видишь, колет так же, как и ты, как новичок.
I did say I used to be a bit of a live fish. I used to just have them all over the place, like really no idea what I was doing. But it really tilts people.
5 stackers are the
Have you
ones
not
that
noticed?
get
It
me.
really tilts people. Garo, you can't fold again.
6.
You're back.
She is back. A few hands off. Got dealt an ace. Going to limp in here on the button. Drew the same with deuce 3 diamonds in the small one. Cypina, queen 10 of spades. She's been very aggressive pre-flop.
Yeah, here she comes again.
Loves it, just picking on this limp. Throws in 5 of those 5k chips.
Gotta say, I quite like it.
Чек не могу.
She always asks, can I check? She just wants to check the whole
That's right.
thing.
Just
Keep
wants
things
to
friendly.
check, yeah.
Там
Oh,
сейчас.
raise from Sayapina, not gonna dislodge Garo.
Где-то сколько?
In she comes.
Yeah.
10, 20. Вот так, да?
Makes the call. Was falling a bit blind. A little wry look over at Cypina. This action we've seen up to now on a number of occasions, and it's usually met by high progression for Cypina post-flop.
Has she done it again?
She has.
And Garo with a potential call-off.
Oh, she's found a pair. Yeah.
Это по
Сколько
25.
это желтое?
This is something that we've seen so often already from Cypina that I think Garo is just going to keep her honest. She said, hey, you've jammed on me too many times. I finally got a piece. I want to see the cards.
Yeah, there's got to be a line in the sand drawn at some point.
Столько нет.
Is this that moment? It is for all of her chips, Demps.
What do you think the conversation is going? Do you think Cypina's going, just
Oh,
got a good hand, don't worry about it? There's some table talk going on.
does look like she's motioning to fold, and they do go into the muck. Sayapina gets away with another one.
Wow.
Хорошая карта была.
Ну, ты проиграла бы. Поэтому
She's
правильно
like,
делала, что
did you have me? Of course.
Yeah, I think there's some tales being told.
I think so too.
так хоть немножко поиграем.
Nice fold. You'll see it later. You'll see it on TV.
Потом скажу, какая была.
И некоторые вообще не играют. Почему? Выжидают время или что? Постоянно карты скидывают.
Vati just sat behind that mountain of chips.
Мы по-русски разговариваем, нельзя. Моя очередь.
Garo makes the fold, and I think being told, because I heard the word paruski, just being told when the cards are out and there's other players involved, maybe you can't speak Russian because you just silent stuff, you know.
Okay.
See those two speaking Russian, and I kind of like it when there's just those two left in the pot. Maybe there's some chat going on, but check the rest of the players at the tables. We see King 7-3, Mangini defending from the big with Queen 9 of hearts, but not liking the look of this flop texture. Zhu with, well, the dominated hand. Pardon me, dominated, but hand that's behind. But look at this. Oh, check raise.
Wow.
Feistiness from Mangini with the no equity, no pair, no backdoor even. Check raise, bluff. Have some of that.
Yeah, she's really impressed me so far.
I think she's a little bit fed up as well. She watched all these big plots fly around.
Sure.
She folded the 10s, like pre-flop, had to, like, finally got her hand. She's clearly capable of getting up to some nonsense post-flop.
Takes a lot of guts to pull the trigger there. Queen high, no backdoors, no hearts, no nothing.
Ah, she had a heart.
A big one.
Beating.
There we go.
Нет?
Sometimes that's all you need.
Vati, atop the mountain of chips. She's going to come down and throw some of them in this pot. Ace Queen worth a sprinkle.
Absolute piles. Looks like 16K to go.
Oh, okay. Garo with a fold.
And we haven't really seen what Sayapina chooses to do with these sort of mediocre hands. We've seen her come into pots with a lot of aggression. Haven't seen much of the way of like peeling in position. See if she deems this one worthy.
Yeah, recognizing that Vati's going to be opening a lot of hands, but I think wants to play this hand. Doesn't do great, but she really clearly wants to get in the mix. Here we go.
Very long deliberation.
This to me, if I was Vati, I'm not enjoying this. It looked like she was thinking about maybe raising, has elected to just call. I'd be a little concerned. Mangini making way from the small, but Bahasani in the big. I think close action, going to flick it enough to see 3 with Queen Jack. Some double domination going on here. Well, 10-8-6 flop. Bahasani with the gut shot. Sayapina taking the lead, and Vati missing, although she has the ace of diamonds. Now, how is this going to play out? If she checks it, we're going to see the Sayapina textbook.
Yeah, she might just
overbet
jam, right? She has, I think. No? I thought she announced it.
Oh, she heard you. She shook her head at your comment. But so now we've only seen that one size from her post-flop. She does come with a smaller sizing. I say smaller, it's still like... It says 10, but she's definitely bet more than 10. I think she bet 50 into...
Yeah.
Oh, it is 10,000.
So she put the wrong color chips in?
Oh, no, it is 50. They just clarified at the table.
Okay. Should be hand over facing this size.
She said she's got Asadono on a number of occasions now, so if she were to continue, it'll be a bit of a giveaway. She's declared her hand.
Oh, she's literally announcing.
Нет. 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 Нет.
Asadono. We are down to 46 runners. So players flying out the door in this turbo structure.
Yeah, blinds just going up now as well to 4K, 8K, bringing our average stack to 15 blinds. It's causing a lot of carnage. Fresh meat being brought to the table in the form of Oksana Dubrodkichuk
very good.
I mean, I'm
James.
trying. You know it's not my strong suit.
Сколько перерыв будет, ребята?
45, никто не
I'm gonna go with
выходит
Oksana.
вообще.
How about that?
That's pretty good.
Было 45. так
Dobrodichuk.
Yeah, yeah. Oksana Dobrodichuk. And here she is. Dealt straight in to under the gun.
Места.
Gets out of the way.
Первое место 2700. Это я вот здесь за 2700 я с ума схожу.
Round to Garrow.
Сколько?
Stack has begun to dwindle. Working with just 13 blinds now. Blinds up to 4 and 8,000. Does enter for a limp with the 9-10 off. Round to Sayapina.
Что там у нас?
Jack 7 offsuit. Not much hand to work with.
Sayapina the hammer.
She really is the hammer. A lot to be said for that though, Demps, that when you do play a hand,
Oh yeah.
commit to said hand.
Yeah, in these super fast structures as well.
Yeah,
Obviously,
right.
We're getting to the point where you can't really do anything but shove once you've made anything.
Yeah, Vati
Obviously-
gets a free look.
Yeah, obviously I'm saying the average down to 15 blinds, but we've got a big discrepancy here because Vati does have a lot of chips, Saipina has plenty of chips as well. So there are some players who still kind of caught in the playing the real game of poker, as it were. It's not like everyone's down to 15 blinds.
Yeah, Garrow here, flops huge, top 2. Once again, she's going for the min bet. Quite like it. We have so much hand. Try and entice Vati in there with a weak range. Hand like this, an overcard and a weak backdoor draw.
I think Vati's seen enough to know when Garrow puts chips in voluntarily, it has to be something very good.
Sure. Nice little pickup for Garrow, keeping herself afloat.
It's just an innocent smile as she pulls the chips in.
I mean, she's so easy to root for.
Yeah.
The adventure continues. And you said it yourself, Demps. Very likely one of the first times she's ever played the game. And she's made it down here to the last sort of 25% of the field. It's not a bad effort. 45 remain.
And with chips.
Yeah.
She has, what, 124K now,
Yeah,
just above average.
Sure.
And in fact, I just noticed the prize pool on our screen populate. 9 players will be paid. The min cash, $275. With the top prize, $2,765. Not to be sniffed at. In for nothing. I think there were 39 re-entries from 136 entries. So, you know, nearly 100 players in as a pure free roll.
Yeah. I mean, 2,800 or so dollars for the win. Plus, of course,
Yes.
that extra carrot. Good friends at PokerStars adding a package to the Women's Winter Festival event in London, taking place at the end of November. Includes buy-in to the main event there and 3 nights accommodation at the Indigo, as you called it earlier, hotel.
And of
Pretty
course,
nice, right?
if they want as well, I'm happy to do a guided tour of Winter Wonderland.
What a gentleman. Mulled wine all round for the lady. You're all heart, Demps. I'll give you
Just
that.
want to go to Winter Wonderland. I reckon I can trick PokerStars into paying for my ticket.
I noticed that you never offered to take me or Mr. Lappin around London for a little mulled wine, you know, a little gander adventure through the snow-lined streets.
I've asked David many times, actually.
I know you don't like me anymore. It's very disheartening.
We go most weekends.
Cackling away, cackling away.
Sayapina facing all of it to continue in this pot. Mangini lamping it in there with the King, Queen of Hearts. Over the, well, min open this time from Sayapina. Interesting that Sayapina...
Yeah, she found him in.
Right, it's been a lot of big opens with big hands, and now a small open with a mediocre hand, but...
Oh, she calls. All right.
She wants to see. And she's going to be very happy to see King, Queen suited for, what, 16 blinds. Suited ace, let's go. Huge pot, 282 residing in the middle of the table. Sayapina the covering stack, but we'll be just left with What, 12 blinds if she doesn't manage to hold here. And a club in the window is a nice sight. Deuce behind it. A little added insurance. She can kill this one off on the turn. Mangini, though, drawing pretty live. Just one of her outs has been folded. And, well, there is one of the kill-outs. Mangini, one of the more experienced players at the table, tapping the table on her way out. She'll have to go find another event to play, and I'm sure she will.
Yeah. Yeah, experienced or not, you must win, of course, your all-in showdowns. Sayapina, she's going to be a threat with the naked aggression she's shown so far. GG's to Mangini.
Look at the beautiful trophy. Textile theme.
What is понимай?
Не понимаю. Могу сказать по-грузински, по-армянски тебе, по-эстонски, а это не могу.
I love to have the power to understand every language.
Не понимай.
Right.
Она со мной русский научится говорить.
Believe it or not, in high school, I did a module in my final year, Russian and philosophy.
Не понимай.
I know. You're looking at me with mistrust in your eyes.
Surprise.
Or boredom.
Surprise.
Of course. Always undermining my intellectual capabilities, aren't you, James?
I'm teasing him.
Well then, Sayapina, is she feeling the momentum?
It looks like she's... Oh, she hasn't realised there's an all...
Oh.
She was about to make it 16K, hasn't realised that...
She's making the call, though.
Has she?
Yeah. Call 66K, Queen 10 suited.
Нет, нет, нет.
Не хочется стопочку, это пусть стоит башню.
She's trying to ride the momentum wave.
Ah. Fresh player to the table. Noble dealt in the first hand in the big blind. Has to find the fold with King 7. Patronary, sit down. You got 2 5s. I think it's reasonable to stand up when you're all in with 2 5s and being called. Up against the Queen 10 suited of Sayapina. 10-6 deuce. Instant service for Sayapina. Patronary. Well, there's some backdoor hope. And here we go. It's been unlocked. 4 or 5 to continue her quest. Alas, the race is run. Another of those who, I think, kind of surprised not to see maybe get something going. Seem to have a bit more confidence around the table. A bit more experience.
Yeah, 2 of my sort of picks when we first were watching, Paltrinieri and Mangini, both showed a lot of very strong instincts and chops, but Sayapina disposing of both. She now up near Vati with the big stack, 400K or so now, Demps.
Фарту.
Good luck, удачи.
Не удачи, а фарту.
Ну,
Нет, это да.
в игре это, наверное, фарту.
Здесь фарт.
Сколько?
Залистикаме да го робериме.
8,8.
They are flying out the door, by the way.
A lot of
38
fun.
left.
A lot of fun at this table.
Here comes another all-in.
Кто не посмотрел, уже забирает.
Zoo from under the gun. All in for 63K.
Сейчас, минутку. У нас...
Sayapina.
She can't do it again,
She can't
sure.
call here, surely.
Две пятерки.
I know.
She's calculating something.
I know she's...
How lucky do I feel? Yeah, I mean, she's got...
Oh,
Отвечу.
she's calling
Oh.
again. Goodness
Okay, because
me.
I'll give you a spin, my friend.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sayapina trying to win it all.
How happy is she going to be when she sees that it's...
Well, still got the whole table to get through first.
That's true. But this looks scary for the rest of the table. A jam up
Yeah.
front, a call from the next C. Although we saw Sayapina call the last time with Queen 10. And yeah, she's going to be already a little bit disappointed that she'd be called by Jack 9, would have rather got it through. But on the flip, hey, At least she's good. She's ahead.
Yeah. Slight favourite here, 5 cards to come. Looking to find some more playability in this stack. Let's see if the heater continues for Sayapina.
4-4-5. She's still best. Can Sayapina scalp another 6 outs, 2 pulls? No, dead on the turn. Another anticlimactic turn card, Andrew. What are they doing? They're not giving us a chance to get our juices going. I mean, the all-in player always likes the anticlimactic turn, but...
Yeah. Potentially a little bit of happy tilt, as we like to call it, right, from Sayapina. Just feeling it, winning every hand. Can't win this one.
Just gambling. Straight up gambling.
Very timely double up for Zhu. And they really are flying out of the door, down to 36 now. Of course, a feature of this turbo structure, going to be fast and furious.
Это же были мои счастливые здесь стояли. Я их не трогала. Ладно, набьем. Сейчас набьем. Я почему и ответила. Я все-таки думала, что вальты придут. Вальты сегодня...
Fantastic setup here at the Merit Crystal Cove. All festival long here for the Dolce Vita series. This is, of course, the Ladies' Championship. Finishing off our first tranche of play here on stream. Tomorrow we go dark, a little day off for the boys. Of course, we return the following day with the PLO Bounty event. That's going to be some fun.
Looking forward to that.
Some early carnage in the 4-card game. And then we will, of course, turn our attention to the main event. The La Notte.
Oh, damn, you failed. You've been practicing it all week.
I have, I'm trying.
Come on, mate. We have a deal. I pronounce the surnames, you pronounce the name of our flagship main event.
Yeah, I know. I'm bad. Sorry.
You're okay. Right then, Vati decides to mix a limp in here.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. She's been very much on point up to now, but limping in the ace-3.
Mixing one in there. Zhu gets a free look with the queen 10.
Well, finds a piece on 10-8-6. Checks it on over to Vati, though, trying to induce something worse to bet. Not going to happen for now. Perhaps deciding she needs to do her own bidding. Like that min bet coming in. And Vati just quickly folding the ace-high. No interest on this board. Could see some bluffs.
Sure. Yeah, Zhu, another player, just in her mannerisms, the way that she just very quickly led here for a third pot. Going to have a lot of this type of, you know, probe type sizing from the big.
She knows the game.
She does. And she's back above 20 blinds, courtesy of that marginal call from Sayapina. Keeping herself in the mixer here.
So then, time for one more hand before we send these players on their first break of our coverage. Bahasani under the gun, ace-5. She's headed to break. Vati will be doing the same, surely, with this 7-deuce. Some quick folds behind. Ah, Garo, 2 10s. Let's see.
She's
going to keep with a limp.
Limping a lot, yeah.
I think she's keeping with the limp.
Now, one thing I do like about this is Sayapina can just send you in.
Sayapina's pounced on loads of these limps.
Yeah.
Every time she has pounced, she's had some sort of hand, albeit sometimes quite weak, but Queen 3-0 looks like she's happy to check back and finds a piece on Queen 7-4. This could be danger for Garo. She got away from, well, the best hand before against Sayapina. And look, she's gone huge again. But there's some table talk going on. I can't translate it. Last time she talked her into folding on Jack 5 deuce with ace 5. This time, whatever the conversation is, it's led to a call. And now a swift check.
Check.
Yeah, Garo with enough showdown to just knuckle this one. Gets the bad news, unfortunately, for her, but does avoid potential disaster post-flop. I'm going to have 10 big blinds or so to spin up after the break, James.
Yeah. Cyprus happy with the loot in that one. Didn't want to make the pot any bigger. All right, players going on a break. Blinds will be going up to 5K, 10K. So Cyprus will be chip leading, but with just 43 blinds, as this fast structure obviously takes hold. It is Natalia Garo now the shorter. She'll have just 7 blinds to maneuver with on the flip side of the break. Her Ukrainian compatriot second shortest, and then some fresh faces we haven't seen too much of so far. So guys, please don't go too far. I'm stepping out. David will be stepping back in just a few moments.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us a check on the river when the 10 completed, and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75K on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion. Well, not enough on the action going on, but he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys. And this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenoff's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet call me a lot because of the bounty? Sure. Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub-20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. Tulip was like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20K bounty. But he's going to have another pool.
Must have had a perception damps that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
To say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the price basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight. Although this time obviously being the covered stack, but as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to knock people out.
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30K bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? Up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halibut. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me...
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Colotier obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws, but here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually wouldn't mind the open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity,
it looks like he's piecing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When when you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabai could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Colotier, cool, and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v 2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Danilo with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Colotier out in 11th place.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of three-handed, four-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like if that 30k is still there and there's 3 of you left, what is third place is 11k, right? And if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Maimar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. As we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
Well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Maimar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy,
this
actually.
Could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Maimar going to want to flat here? Wow.
Al-Maimar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong c-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom 2 here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace-8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have get away from that one. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here in the early going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Anyway, looks like Georgie. Joe, I think
he pull it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests left, right, and centre in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional puller. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me.
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, you know, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a big bounty.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. Is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with 2 shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
I tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkalic's range here to
5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Berganov.
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to you, Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkalic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Berganov though, gonna run it. What a massive, massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you know, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalkalic has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack Jack! Georgi folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Berganov now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here!
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkalic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Berganov spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Georgie wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action.
Next time, I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
I think Georgi's gone again.
10,000 still.
Right. Focus, Andrew. Focus, David. Back into the action. Saeed here. Ace-Queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkalic here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkalic can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 two-spade board. Just fading runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkalic. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. Dalkalic steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely. And they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Bergenhoff here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkinic has 30 blinds on the button.
Well, then
Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
Yeah, I think if Dalkinic had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts, razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen three of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tulip Bergenhoff to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen three suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tulip Bergenhoff, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand. But you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tulip Bergenhoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight.
Straight flash maker.
She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there. Blinds are now 30-60K. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
As if these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Tulip Bergenhoff all in here.
All in.
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkilic can't call with the queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the ace king here. The two big stacks going to war.
Ace queen is no good.
Ace queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold 1 queen. 1 queen.
2.7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
What, 90 starting stacks in this pot? The 163 stacks in play.
I
guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
No. Oh, no.
Queen in the window.
Yeah.
Tulip Bergenhoff finds one of the 2 ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tulip Bergenhoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146K.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack-9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalkilic. Not the first time he's held on to those same 2 cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack-9, but Ooh, I saw the 7, but a jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable. Ooh.
Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tulip Bergenov has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalglish can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. A jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game.
Just like that. Tulip Bergenov is the champion.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind, dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up 2 at once. Now, Kolotyuk not really going to consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that ace, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these 2 queens.
Yeah, and Berthold would have fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%.
Monstrous.
The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that would be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty, worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here.
Yeah.
Gavish can win 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the prize pool. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000 plus stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up 1 bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. Plus bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish? He picks up the first one on our table. Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So he'd still with a chance to eliminate two, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's edge checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my This is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
It's king versus kings. I win like only 3 outs. Yeah, that's it. And the last hand 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it. Finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't pull them for 2 reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like 2-handed or 3-handed against the person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And 2, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull 2 bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them? You take
No, I will.
Once you bust it out,
if I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
You're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona. How much? She said, 61. I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100K bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kolotiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kolotiuk. This is exactly the kind of spots he need to be taken all day, frankly. Samavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kolotiuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jack-10 suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Here we go, an ace-queen 8 flop. What looks so good for ace-jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Kolotiuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck, just one card to pull them. Vati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is!
Unless, there it is, the king on the river. Kulatiak, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts. 3 buy-ins to the tournament. 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Gassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Gassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what
fans.
we like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. 2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from
Here
the
we go.
table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Gassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And, of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Dry smile from Gassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades river. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us
a
check
wow,
on the river when the 10 completed and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion, not enough on the action going on. But he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys. And this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack
me.
versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenov's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a lot because of the bounty?
Sure.
Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub 20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. Tulip Bergenov's like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20K bounty. But he's going to have another pull.
They must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
To say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the price basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned it was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30K bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? He up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halibut. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam to me.
And the turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Galatea obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop. If he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws. But here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually, wouldn't mind the open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity.
It looks like he's piecing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When when you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabai could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kolatiuk will call and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Danilio with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand. So effectively, he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kolatiuk out in 11th place.
Well, the great civil rights activist Shirley Chisholm once said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Well, tonight in the Mirror Poker Room at the Crystal Cove, 175 seats at the table have been provided as players from all over the world compete for the top prize in the ladies' event at the La Dolce Vita Festival. I'm David Lappin alongside Andrew Headley, and wow, what an extraordinary record-breaking turnout here tonight, Andrew.
Yeah, incredible stuff. The very first ever televised Ladies Championship event here at Merit. And we got 175 runners in this 10k guaranteed event. Little look here at the chip counts of this new feature table. Farouk Khosravi, chip leading here, 33 big blinds, 328k in chips. Down to Najwa Shah, down with 24 big blinds in second place. As we can see, lots of shallow stacks. You know, this is a turbo-structured event, so lots of stacks in the sort of 15 to 10 big blind realm. Katarina Paterno, Tatiana Kropaneva, Parvin Solaimanian, and Dasa Mendelova, all on the mid-stacks. Then the short stacks, Katarina Aristotelos, Barbara Jokut, and Karina Boschan, with 0% percentage and 4k in chips.
Yeah,
not ideal.
That was a long 45-minute break for her.
I'm just happy I got through those multitude of exotic surnames relatively unscathed, David.
Beautifully pronounced, I must say, Andrew. Kudos on that. A little bit of foreshadowing there as well. I saw Ali Najad in the front and centre alongside Mr. Ashkan, of course, as well. And those guys, obviously, a very big part of the reason that this poker room is buzzing right now. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes there. Ali is, you know, the eagle has landed. He's in the building.
He's here.
And he will be commentating on the main event.
Yeah.
Next week or this week. Is it Monday? It is Monday.
I think we have what is it? We have a day off tomorrow. Then we are covering the PLO Bounty event.
That's going to be good.
It's going to be fun. I've been brushing up on my PLO skills privately. And then, of course, launching into that main event, David, in 3 days' time. That's a 5-day event. Great structure. Very much looking forward to it. Lots of players have come over with our partners. Imperium have come over from Italy for that one. Looking forward to it. But for now, back to the feature table of the Ladies' Championship. An entirely new lineup of players for you to peruse. And we did just say, right, Boschan down to 4k. Does find an ace. Mr. Lappin under the gun, half a big blind.
A lot of work to do to get back into this one, but not the worst hand to find when you're effectively forced all in.
No, definitely not. Can pick up almost a small blind and the small blind portion of the big blind and the full ante.
Yeah. Well, Kropaneva finds a real one. Ace, queen of diamonds, 15 big blinds to start the hand. Interesting to see how she decides to approach this. You know, typically, David, right, if there's no all-in under the gun, you would probably raise call this hand, right? It's a pretty strong holding. She is going to do that, but going a pretty chunky size. Looks like 50K. So essentially committed herself here. Third of the stack across the line. Oh, we have another all-in. Jokut with the ace-deuce suited decides 3 big blinds. Can't really blame her, David. Money in there. We're going to run it. And here we go. First hand back. 3-way all-in.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of showdowns over the course of the next couple of hours. These guys are coming back pretty shallow overall. I think maybe a 14 big blind average. Expect that to actually decrease and get something close to the maybe 10 or 11 bigs where it will steady off for the remainder of this tournament. Obviously that means you see something pretty, you go with it.
Absolutely, yeah. Tough to blame Jokut here. Dead money in there. Well, what a flop for Kropaneva. Top. Pretty bleak for Boschan and Jokut. She does have backdoors working for her, and that's going to seal it. Kropaneva dispenses with 2 of her fellow competitors. Hand 1 on this new feature. GG to the ladies. Not much to be done, right? Half a big blind and 3 big blinds. Got to go with it.
Absolutely. No, ace queen a real hand, as you said, and nice little injection of chips. You know, it seems like a small pot. You know, obviously not many chips in Boschan's stack, and then I think maybe 3 bigs, less than 3 bigs. But you know what? That they all count, and it is actually very important to win these little ones, to keep your head above water, to keep with the average stack. You know, so easy to fall behind the curve when you're in these turbo formats.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Essentially need to win every pot you play when you get to this sort of 15 big blind and below realm. So we do lose 2 on hand 1. Action on shower.
Should I put anything if I want to go in? I want to fold.
There we go. We did say at the top of the show that, of course, going to be lots of different levels of ability, right? I think it's fair to say. This was a free roll tournament, guys, with a 10K guarantee put up by Merit. But if you do bust, you're able to rebuy, David, for $100. So we're going to see some different levels of skill, but it makes for pretty compelling viewing. Seeing some of the more experienced players try to sort of range players who very possibly could be the first time they've ever played.
Yeah, that is essentially the point of this tournament. A nice Trojan horse for these people to, you know, test the waters, maybe risk no money or very little money in their first live experience, and you know, with that comes checking with the dealer what is allowed, what's not allowed, and obviously we're going to be super patient with anybody here in our coverage as well. You know, welcoming people to the game is really what this is all about.
Absolutely. We've seen some strong play, some very nice laydowns in the previous frame, in some tough spots. We're going to see some spicy randomness in there. You know, a player like Shara there who's literally announced, can I check? Can I, you know, am I folding? And she's in there fighting. You know, we're not that far off the final table here, and she has almost 2x average.
Yeah, and I think what's really important here, and a lesson for anyone watching this one who might be also inexperienced, is do what Shara is doing, which is clarify everything, speak your actions, make sure everything, because it's so easy to sort of maybe go into your shell, be shy, be a bit intimidated, not want to verbalize, and then that's where you get yourself into trouble by accidentally misplaying things, putting chips in when you shouldn't, and whatnot.
Sure.
Arostatilos, a very good player here. Obviously, we talked about mixed abilities. She plays at a good level. She plays all the tournaments here. I've seen her on many's the feature table over the course of the last year and a half that I've been covering merit events. And yeah, certainly someone with a bit of experience definitely has a nice little edge in a tournament such as this one.
Yeah, we did see her shove King Queen the hand prior and get that one through. Wakes up with pocket jacks. Same result here. Boosts her stack from 80k to 130, non-showdown. Me and Demps were touching on this, David. Beautiful work with the set. Look at the little pink motif now that's been added in. The Merit Poker Queens, you can see in the background. Breaking new ground, all right. First ever televised ladies event.
Yeah, and it's great to see it so well supported. We talked a little bit yesterday, knowing we were going to be covering this event. How many do you think it'll get? And I think we were all settling around the 60, 70 number.
Yeah, right.
Wow, we were so far off.
175 runners, pretty sick.
Yeah, and 136 uniques, which is sort of maybe the real stat in this.
Sure. Kropaneva, suited ace. Very reasonable hand to open for a steal. Ace 6 from the 1 seat. Round to a shower. Now then, we've guessed that she's relatively inexperienced. Gets away from the King Deuce. Round to Khosravi. Working with 30 bigs or so. 9-7 off. It's facing a 2.5x open. Certainly a hand that you could defend. It's pretty much bottom though, against under the gun specifically.
Yeah, definitely don't mind a fold here versus the 2.5x, but
yeah,
that's what we're going to do. Excellent stuff. Well played, Khosravi. It was a tempting one to get involved, getting a nice discount.
Yeah, nice pickup for Kropaneva.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
We do see a new player arriving. In seat 7. There she is, the right-hand side of your screen. Quickly gets out of the way. We do see a limp from Paterno with Queen Jack suited. Does allow Soleimanian to jam with Ace 10 for 110k. Certainly could have seen Paterno enter this pot for a raise, potentially even a jam. Now going to be in this pretty awkward situation, David, where we've limped, tried to C3, and now basically faced with a decision for all of our chips. Can't really call this off right for all of it. Does get out of the way. Nice pickup for Soleimanian.
Yeah, one interesting factor I think in this is the late hour of the day. You know, these guys are burning the midnight oil now, and while that's not so late, we still have 34 players left, and you know, might not be final table time until 2:30, maybe later again this evening. And the question is, will these maybe less experienced players have the stamina for that? It's, you know, it'd be a bit of a marathon. You know, you and I and many players are used to long days, but one thing I'm not used to actually, even as a commentator, is the late starts. This one started at 6, it's going to go on till maybe 4 a.m.
Sure.
That's a tough enough grind for these girls.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm most intrigued at is to see how sort of inexperienced players adjust. We'll come back to that as we see Forsat opening with ace queen of clubs. Mendelova decides 8 big blinds, pocket fives, passes the test. Tough to blame her. Got to get something going, and we're gonna have an all-in and call here.
How much is it?
This Forsat just gets a count. Gonna get the news that her opponent has only 8 big blinds. Would be shocked, of course, to see anything other than call.
Yeah, very important to stay active in these shallow formats that are pretty turbo-y. I think we are going to see this call from Forsat, but credit to her for taking some time over it, making
This is
sure.
it, right? If you're inexperienced, not to say that she definitely is, don't want to cast too many aspersions, but just making sure of everything before committing the chips. So here we go, all in and call. Mendelova at risk, looking to hold off the 2 suited Broadway overs. Oh, and right in the window, ace of spades, followed by another ace, ace, king board. Mendelova in dire straits. Has to find a 5, and that's gonna do it. King on the turn. An insurmountable challenge. GG.
I'm scared to call, it's too much money.
Mendelova loses the flip. We lose her in 33rd place.
Nice one.
Nice pickup for Forsat. Yeah, what was going to say, I'm interested to see how especially the inexperienced players sort of deal with these shallowing stacks. You know, there's going to be spots, David, right, where we're pretty experienced, so you're going to recognize, oh, I have a chippy V shove here, or I have, you know, I have a suited king in the small blind, I need to go all in. And whether they will adjust correctly, right, when we get down to this sort of shallower stacks and hands that they want to just call with earlier and see a flop, whether they make the correct adjustments could be key.
Yeah, I think that is the absolute crucial part as we enter the end game of this one, maybe when we get down to the last 20 or so, is aggression is really going to prove to be the most important factor. If players are still speculating with limps, that's going to become a strategy that only works if they're very, very fortunate with run-outs and boards and whatnot.
Sure.
Whereas the players who give themselves a few ways to win by playing aggressively, I think will have a much, much bigger chance of taking this one down.
Well, case in point, Shower is going to speculate, limping with 8-6 off. Does allow Khosravi to isolate here with ace-queen. Just the way she's holding herself at the table, Khosravi strikes me as someone who's played this game many times.
Certainly.
And you mentioned Aristotelos, experienced also, quickly gets out of the way with ace-9.
Yeah, she's made some deep runs in merit events. I think she made a last 2 tables. Maybe at the last stop we did here in January. Deep run, we thought it might be a final table run. If my memory serves me right, she fell just short of that, but
okay,
you know, impressive stuff along the way.
Yeah, so Forsat now decides the price is right, does complete here from the big with ace-10 off. Shower gets out of the way because Ravi has her opponent where she wants her so far.
I wish I didn't draw
Through to the king 6-5 club board. Khosravi still with way the best of it. Does go check very quickly. Ace, of course, would be the danger card. Instead, it's the Queen of Hearts. Forsat does improve to a gut shot to Broadway. Second pair here for Khosravi. Going to be pretty clear to her, David, here that this is the best hand. You'd expect most of the King X of Forsat to announce itself on the turn. It's counting out a value bet.
Very nice sizing here.
Yeah, just a little tickler.
And Forsat, with her equity in a few different places, ace high could be good sometimes, probably not very often, has that gooder and ultimately lays it down. Good fold. Well played from both.
Yeah.
Wins up 6-12.
Not gonna lie, pretty rare to have 3 parts of your body covered in shades. Hat, eyes, and t-shirt. I'm not cool enough to know these things, but I feel like this must be some kind of a brand. Mr. Lappin, you're a clothing aficionado.
What makes you say that?
Just looking at the way you carry yourself with style every day, my friend.
That's it's the first time anyone's ever said that to me.
I don't doubt it. Only joking, you always look great, you know that. Come on. I'm just used to Dempsey giving me abuse, you see. And then you come in.
Yeah, me and my kind eyes.
Yeah, you're a very kind-hearted man.
Yeah.
Right, we spoke about speculating. Shower again. You know something inexperienced players are going to do a lot of, right? They're going to enter the pot for a limp a lot. We saw Gora earlier. She gave us quite the show. V-Pippin close to 100%. Shower, though, pretty favourable spot here. Pre-flop at least. Paterno getting a free look with the Doyle Brunson. Off to the 6, 7, 8 rainbow. Shower is best. Of course, can't know it on this board. Both players check once more. Paterno declines the opportunity to have a stab. Shower takes down a small one.
Yeah, Shower recognising maybe that she had just enough showdown there with King High and was unlikely to get a better hand to fold. Takes her showdown.
So players are flying out the door. 30 remain from that field of 175 total. We are, of course, on a 15-minute clock, so going to be very fast and furious action down the stretch, you would imagine. Shower continuing this 100% V-Pip strat. One thing I will say, if people don't punish it, right, then nothing wrong with trying to see as many flops as possible.
Yeah, and I think there are probably only perhaps 3 players at the table who right now are recognizing that we're in a sort of a shove or fold situation, maybe stack wise, given a lot of the players stack sizes at the table. And I think recognizing that and maybe taking those shove spots is going to be the difference here in a lot of situations. This limping style, while yes, it's not getting punished right now, may end up being the undoing of some of these guys. So not protecting her hand here, but going to get away with it, sure. Flopping second pair, happy to check it down. Sort of playing best hand at showdown right now.
And maybe some potential for the more experienced players at the table here. Like you don't really want to show down that you've limped 10-8 off, right, under the gun. Which is something that people may pick up on, right? If Shower continues this limping strat, then people may be like, okay, if you're limping as wide as this, then I might be able to raise in position wider.
Yeah.
It takes down a couple of small ones in a row. You got to get in there, right, in these turbos. That is one part of it. Can't be folding too liberally.
So here's a great spot now for Khosravi to open up with the Queen Jack suited. Playing 30 bigs. Obviously, lots of the players behind playing shallower than that. So that's one key strategic adjustment. You got to be sort of very cognizant of the stacks behind. If you are chip leader, you're not playing your stack. You're playing maybe a... How do you do it actually, Andrew? Do you take an average of the remaining stacks behind? Do you fixate more on the stacks of the big blind and small blind, given they're more likely to call in certain situations? How do you sort of create that range when there's a confused number of effective stack sizes?
Yeah, it can be tricky. Like, I think obviously especially, we will come back to it, right? Because Paterno has put it in here with ace-king.
And this is close because Ravi has opened this one up and is now getting a very good price, roughly 2-1 to call. Has the kind of hand that will be in pretty good shape most of the time, even when facing an ace-queen or ace-jack. Might just about have the right price given the suitedness. So we will have to see.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is pretty bloody close. You know, if the button has 12 bigs, we just release our hand. 11 bigs, similar kind of story, I think, when we get to 10. I think I'm with you. There's enough pocket pairs in there, enough ace-king, even like an ace-10 suited type hands. Of course, we're going to run into some ace-queen, ace-jacks. Don't mind fold. It's like it feels like it's stone bottom if we're going to call. So
for sure.
But yeah, back to your question or point. I think a lot of the time, just from under the gun, when the stacks, especially in these type structures where everything's really shallow, you just kind of want to have good blocker effects when you're going to open the pot. You know, hands like pocket 5s and 6s and stuff start to perform pretty poorly. May still open those if, you know, there are a bunch of 5 to 8 big blind stacks that we can still call a jam. But yeah, just having a look around, I guess, and seeing all the different depths and thinking, all right, does my hand have the right properties to go for an open? Tricky though. But that was a close one. I'm with you. Could have gone either way. I feel like because Ravi knows what's up. I will say that. Just with her demeanor.
And if past is present, I think Sure is going to limp in here with the Queen 10. Makes a lot of sense actually with this holding in the small blind.
Sure.
Obviously, we've seen here a player keen to get involved in pots. But because Ravi has hand she could have considered raising here. I like the King 8 suited as a check back overall, but you know, maybe just picking up on that point you said, if they start to feel as though Sure is limping in an extremely wide range.
Sure.
Sure.
Oh, look at this. Hello. All right, because Ravi goes for the immediate value with the best 8 in the deck. Very reasonable.
Oh, wow.
And Shower deciding. Queen high is good often enough. She does improve. Now, will she find a way to seek value? Doesn't do so. Does go check, because Ravi going to be a little tilted here. Yeah, you see it, the exasperation. Sees that she got outdrawn.
Yeah, I think there's something really interesting here when you look at the propensities of a few of these players, and we've seen a few very nitty checks when value would seem likely to be pursued. And I think then in response to that, you have to be very careful about thin value bets yourself. If our opponents are checking very strong hands actually out of position to you, we really can't go for thin value with our second pair type hands too often.
I think that's fair.
It's an adjustment you don't want to make, because it's always good to be finding thin value bets, and maybe some could still be found, but it's very wrought with danger when you have players who will play strong hands passively.
Yeah, we did see it earlier on the feature table, a couple of instances, kind of strange ones, you know, where a full house was checked down on turn and river. A couple of very strong top pairs the same. So I hear where you're coming from. Quite like this from Forsat. Going for the open from +1. Mixing in a light steal. Again, we spoke about the blocker effects. Coming in there with a queen and a jack in hand. Shower, once again, a little wide. Calls with ace-5. Decision point on Kropaneva was some latitude to potentially jam this hand.
Yeah, tricky one. Obviously, the raise coming from +1.
Yeah.
Generally going to be a fairly strong range at this table, I think, in particular. An ace-jack, a hand that you would fist bump get in, actually, versus, you know, somewhat loose players who would be raising a wider range, maybe, from all seats. This one doesn't feel quite as comfortable. Trouble here now, the ace does pop up on this flop. Ace-3 deuce, 2 diamonds, ace of diamonds in Kropaneva's hand, but more importantly the ace-jack against the ace-5, Sure, with the gutter, and we do see it being played passively. those diamonds starting to materialize here. A little bit of extra equity for Kropaneva.
Yeah, love this turn check for what it's worth from Kropaneva. You know, we have such a sort of invulnerable hand in that we're way ahead or way behind.
Look what's just happened, though. We now have Shore with the wheel. 4 diamonds on board. Obviously, it shrivels up in value, but I wonder if she will get sticky here for 50k. I feel like she might.
Yeah, you may have called it. Calling chips are being counted out.
I think there's just situations where you start thinking in terms of the value of your hand and not the relative value. I think this is one of those spots.
Yeah, flicks it in, gets shown the effective nuts. Second nuts, of course. Third nuts, in fact. Anyway. Credit to Kropaneva, I really like this turn check. You know, the hand happened quickly, so we didn't have much time to analyze it.
No, you're right. You were right the first time. Second nuts.
Well, no, there was ace-5 of diamonds and 5-6 of diamonds.
She has the ace-5. She has the ace of diamonds in her hand.
Second nuts. Right, on the move.
Keeping you on your toes here, Andrew.
I was too busy trying to go back to my previous point, but really like the turn check.
Yeah.
It's basically what I'm saying. You know, ace of diamonds in hand where we can be miles ahead or, you know, can be behind in just some bluffs. Allow people to catch up, which Shower did to her cost.
Yeah, well done, Kropaneva there. Obviously, we talked about the possibility of squeezing that one pre. Actually don't hate the flat, to be honest. I think, you know, this is going to be a table where the opens are going to be a little bit tighter. Yeah. So maybe ace-jack is just a nice disguised strong hand to just call in the big. And then, obviously, that board, you know, ran out very favourably.
Yeah, Soleimani in there declines the opportunity to take the open shove from hijack. It was a close one with ace-8.
Shore taking one off there with the 9-8. Obviously, just took a little bit of a blow there in the last hand. Could have been worse. Could have been chips going in on flop or turn that would have made that river more expensive.
Yeah.
Cool.
Kropaneva now does decide to limp into the 7 big blind stack of Aristotelos. You know, shows that she's not willing to give any walks. Comes up empty on the 9-8-4 all diamonds. Goes check, check. King of Hearts turn. Wonder if she's planning on a delay bluff here. We can see that it would likely work, but is just going to check. Has the tiniest sliver of showdown with 10 high. She's going to be a little regretful, perhaps. She didn't take a stab at that one. See another new player arrive at the feature table.
Yeah, down to 27 now, so 3 tables of 9.
Yeah, going quick.
27, yeah. So it's 3. So it's 3.
Just in the last minute of big blind, 12k now. We'll probably get one more hand at this level, and then it's going to bump up to 8-16. So, yeah, the relentless pressure. 194k is the average stack right now. So when these blinds go up, we're talking about playing a 12 big blind effective game. And this is something we talked about. It was 14 a few moments ago. It's going to be 12. I think it's going to creep below 10, to be honest. At that point, maybe it doesn't get too much shallower because, you know, there will just be very obvious shove spots. And I think some aggression here by the players will sort of keep the attrition rate high enough to maintain a 10 big blind average, but that is very shallow, of course. 15-minute clock in this one.
Yeah, it could get messy. Speaking of getting messy, Shower in there again with pocket 4s for a limp. Now intrigued to see how Kropaneva proceeds, because Ravi decides to over limp with pocket 7s. Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow, look at this. Aristotelos is never going to turn down a spot this juicy. Could be quite a bit of dead money in there with the 2 limps as well. Kropaneva can just be isolating something, maybe not too much fold equity against that hand, but could be well ahead of that hand too with 10s here. And in they go. Aristotelos, likely to be our most experienced player, maybe left in the tournament, and she is going to pounce upon this spot with 10s, probably going to showdown against the King-Queen when it gets round. Khosravi obviously limped these sevens, can get away cheaply in the end. Was looking to do a bit of shallow stack set mining. Krapaneva going to get a price here, and it's going to be a good price.
Yeah, I don't think we can fold. We've put 3 big blinds in already. 7 more to call.
100.
More than 2 to 1 on our money. You're not happy about it. Can certainly be against some hands that have us dominated. But gonna have to take the price and run it.
Yeah, 82 more to call. Obviously, will set her back. She'll be down to 180k
here
if
we
she
go.
loses. But it's a big pot, and if she wins, she gives herself a great chance of making a run at this final table.
Wow.
Here we go, off to the races. Aristotelios in the box seat right now, but for how long? Well, maybe permanently. Door not fully shut, but it is barely ajar right now. Okay. 4 outs once. You're saying there's a chance? Not to be Aristotelios.
Yeah.
With the big double up now. She has 282k in her stack.
117 or 70?
Well above chip average now. Krapaneva has been knocked back below the average, but still not far away, and every chance of continuing her progress in this tournament. That was a big one for her as well, Andrew.
Yeah, very reasonable here against 2 pretty weak-looking limps. Elects to isolate with the king-queen, and then priced in against the 10 big blind jam behind. Got to win your all-ins. Nice start for Aristotelos. As we take a quick look at the leaderboard, lots of shallow stacks, of course, in this turbo format. Maya Kashi out in front at the moment with 20 bigs. Aristotelos, after that hand, up into second place on the ladder. Khosravi, still healthy, 17 blinds. Then a whole plethora of 10 to 12 big blind stacks. Shower, Krapaneva, Forsat, and Paterno. Then our 2 short stacks at the table. Parvin Soleimanian with 7 big blinds. And Ayana Blinova with 4 bigs, looking to spin it up.
I can't fix my chair. Yeah, better? Better.
Yeah, it's an interesting phase of play here. 3 tables left. Sort of a get moving phase, if you like. No real ICM implications here. You know, in terms of winning the tournament, it's only 9 paid. I'm right in saying that? That is the structure of this one?
15 minutes.
No. The structure of this one is we're only paying 9.
Yes, that's 100% correct.
Yeah, so with 26 left, we're not really getting near that ICM issue. I think it's a good time with this special format to sort of make hay now. Obviously, when we get to 12 left, 11 left, it will get very ramped up in terms of risk premium. But right now, I think is the time to get busy.
Yeah, I'm with you. Whether the ladies adjust correctly remains to be seen. I mean, we got to lose 10% of the field to get to the money, which is a lot, right? Like, it doesn't feel like that. You know, when you're 3 tables left, you're like, oh, we're getting closer. But you just touched on it. In reality, still got to lose 17 players to get into that money. Shower continuing the limping strategy. Allows Forsat here to complete with the suited King X. Paterno gets a free one with the Jack 4 off. Off to the flop we go, and Paterno flops best. Jack 7-7. And whether she decides to lead here, she is going to check. Did wonder if she would consider it with Shower checking consistently throughout. Well, she'll be happy that she didn't. Improves to a full house. Decision point now.
Oh, sneaky. Yeah, I actually quite like this.
Yeah, very unfortunate here in that neither of her opponents has anything. Gonna hope that someone takes a stab at it as a bluff. Very likely now to go for value. Like this a lot. Go for the very small bet. Target some ace highs, king highs that want to get very curious.
Yeah, very well played actually by Paterno here. Obviously, as you mentioned, a bit unlucky not to be up against any semblance of a hand that could call, but actually quite like the deceptive line. She'll pull in quite a small pot. Coming back to what you said there, obviously we don't know how these guys will react to something like a risk premium, quite an advanced concept in poker. Obviously lots of newbies, shall we say, here tonight. But I always feel as though when approaching poker as somebody with less experience, there's a natural sort of inkling towards ICM awareness that comes from just the very simple idea of like, I really want to get in the top 9 and there's 12 left, so I'm going to be tighter, I'm going to be, you know, less, I'm going to be more risk averse. And that actually is sort of what ICM is.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I wonder if anybody will step out, you know, Blinova here, 4 bigs under the gun, Queen 8 suited, you know, you could see lots of people sending that in. Round to Kashi. First look at her on this feature table. She is going to limp. And we've seen Shower wants to see as many flops as possible. Going to over limp. Whether anyone behind picks up on, you know, the opportunity, right? There's 72k in the middle here. Can we find a hand to jam? A whole load of nothing behind. Round to Soleimanian with 8-9 off. Oh. You don't need to call, you're in the big.
Call. 16. Oh, okay. You are big blind. They didn't raise.
A little confusion. Gets the good news, don't need to commit any more chips to see a flop.
Yeah, and again, crucially there, she vocalized her action, so was saved from having to commit those chips, not wishing to.
Sure. Kashi on the 7-7-5 board. Pretty good flop for pocket 4s.
Yeah, and as played, I like the stab here. Obviously, the limp in the first place is a little bit dicey, it's got to be said, although obviously we are seeing a table with a general passivity, so maybe you can get away with a limp with a hand like this a bit more often than you could on other tables. But I like the recognition that this was a board she could stab on, and you know, does protect those 4s nicely. Soleimani had the overs and the gutter, could have called once there, but you know, ultimately decides 9 high. It's kind of ugly. You know, maybe my 9 and my 8 aren't really out, so we don't know how this new player plays. Maybe she's going to limp in some traps.
Yeah, decides to exercise discretion on this occasion. On we go. Round to Khosravi. Fairly ugly looking ace-4 off, but if the table's playing very tight, wonder if she'll pick up on that fact.
Yeah, I like that observation here. I think if you do think that you can just use these blockers to go for a cheeky steal, it can sometimes be not the worst move at all. Obviously, we are seeing a lot of passive play here, so wouldn't hate that, to be honest, as a exploit. She definitely considered it, so you know, credit to her for that, because it's not an open in solver land. It's a pure exploit open.
Yeah, Soleimanian deciding Jack High is good enough into the 4 big blinds of Blinova, who really is on the ventilator. Gets it through, picks up a very needed boost to her stack.
Yeah, just 5 minutes left on this level. Going to be big blind 20k in the not too distant future, and that's going to drag us back to an 11 big blind average. Again, 14, 12, 11 now. It's going to be down around that 10 mark soon, and you know, with that, I think it's just going to become very easy to understand shove spots for some of these guys, and maybe for some of the others not really sure how to navigate short stacks, maybe don't have that sort of shove or fold mentality yet, and will still be looking to speculate. Interesting to see the clashes that we get from these dynamics. Now, sure, look at this, interesting. So again, I quite like it, given that she's been so active in there with the King 8, in there with some connectors and this kind of stuff for a limp. She's also willing to limp trap the big one here.
Yeah, if you're going to limp all of your weak hands, you're going to have some big ones in there.
When she might have a customer here, Paterno might be exactly pouncing upon that idea that we said a moment ago. Now she's let it go. Soleimani, I don't see folding this king-queen at all. She's going to get in here.
Yeah, she's raised also, I believe. It looked like a 25k chip under there, and it is.
Yeah, and it's effectively a good trap by Shore, who has played in this passive style and therefore is being pounced upon as somebody who's in there way too wide. She's got the goods this time.
Yeah, I wonder if she will find the limp jam. You know, don't want to make too many predictions into the future, but may continue with call, like maybe a inexperience,
sure.
Right? That's my instinct. Could be miles off. We will see.
Obviously, no thoughts of folding here. She is considering.
Can I check?
Shove. You cannot check, I'm afraid. But good. And again, I want to encourage this. Very good to get clarification from the dealer here. That's something that Shore has been doing since she got here. She's been making sure that, you know, whatever action she's about to take is legal and is string calling of sorts here, making sure she gets the right amount out there. Obviously, we have a very shallow stack to pot ratio, 140 in there, only 65 in Soleimani's stack. Don't really see her folding anything. And oh, unlucky here for Shore. Probably going to lose this 65k. Very hard, facing just one overcard to find
How much is that?
the fold here. It would be heroic.
Yeah, I mean, for 4 big blinds more, jack of clubs in hand.
Just say call.
Nice of the players there to help out with the clarification as well.
Yeah. Going to get the bad news and see she has been out flopped.
Yeah, and very unlucky there, it must be said. Shore, who I think has played this hand, you know, pretty well, to be honest. She got a lot of chips in with jacks here against king queen, and obviously was willing to call it off with just one overcard. I think we'd all do the same as played. So, you know, little hope here, little hope and no hope now. Soleimanian actually makes a flush on the river.
Yeah, nothing to be done. Of course, if Shar did shove pre, I'm sure Soleimanian would have called off regardless. And as is the case in these shallow turbo structures, gonna have to win your all-ins once cards are on their back. Unfortunate for Shar as she sees a big chunk of her chips cross the table to Soleimanian.
Never fun seeing those stacks head over to the other side of the table. Sure, a little bit unlucky there, but I don't think either player did much wrong there. Obviously, we'd all be thinking, well, you limp trap the jacks or you raise the jacks pre, but given that she's generally been a bit of a limper, I quite like the fact that she stayed consistent on that. And then, obviously, it was sort of effective all in anyway. We went all in installments, but it was sort of going in no matter what, I think.
Yeah, good way to put it. Big swing in the direction of Soleimanian.
Great.
Bit of a double blow here for Shower. She is in the big blind now. Going to be effectively close to all in. Hasn't posted her big blind yet, so we can see that most of her chips will be committed here.
Yeah.
Now then, you did reference Aristotelos, one of the more experienced players. She understands the situation here. Queen Jack of Spades, more than good enough. Oh, round to Blinova, less than 2 big blinds. Surely gonna recognize here, David, that it's time to go. She does get the chips in with ace-10.
Yeah, the poker gods have been kind here, delivering a hand while she's very shallow here, sub 2.
Now, will Shower recognize that with 32k invested and only 20k behind, she really is priced in here?
I think she will. Oh, she won't, unfortunately, leaving herself incredibly short for the
just
next
a bit of inexperience, I think. Tough to blame her, right? If you're new to the arena, you see an all-in and a call, well, a raise and an effective all-in and call. We can see she would have been in decent shape. As it stands, Blinova here, looking to hold off Aristotelos. 100k in the middle.
Oh,
wow.
2 9s to really rub salt in the wounds of Shore here.
Goodness me, King 9-9, 2 spades. Aristotelos with the straight flush draw. Blinova praying for a hold. That's not going to help. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Looking now to improve. Needs a 9 or a 10. Or she is going to be gone in 23rd. Unfortunately, River is the 7 of spades. Aristotelos improves to a queen high flush.
And Shore would have made the boat.
Oh, was it 9-7? I thought it was 7-5. 9-10?
9-10.
Oh, did I misread? My apologies, I thought it was 7-5. It is getting late, guys. Please forgive me. So Aristotelos making her move. We're down to 23.
So Shore committing more than half her stack, I think, here in the small.
Yeah, on fumes, as we see Kropaneva does find an ace, albeit with a very unpalatable deuce of clubs alongside. Aristotelos once again reaching for chips.
45.
Yeah, and I think understanding the value of these kinds of Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, Queen 10 suited type hands, understands that she can open these ones up. And they're exactly the kinds of hands you want to stay active with from early position. You get a lot of folds from the likes of King 10, which are, you know, dominating you. Some Queen Jacks will fold. King Queen might even fold. So it's a nice little steal spot from early position.
Yeah, we were sort of wondering or posturing whether one of these ladies would sort of step out, get a bit more aggressive and try and drive themselves ahead of the rest of the field. Aristotelos. Aristotelos deciding that she is going to be that lady. Khosravi forced to fold, facing this large open size.
Andrew, you don't have any money left.
I know. I gambled it all away in Las Vegas this summer. What do you want from me? Yeah, but this is, you know, we never want to be too unkind, and this is a steep learning curve, right? Like, Shower very clearly doesn't have too much experience, and it can be hard as we listen in.
You don't have anything.
Yeah, you may just push because it was a good part.
And you have the small blind. Yeah. So.
And this is nice to see. Okay, so some people
yeah.
might be watching this and thinking, oh, that's a bit mean. Her fellow table mates are criticizing her play and telling her she did something wrong. But actually, you know,
They're
no
helping,
better an
right?
opportunity to learn than sort of have something explained and the reason why explained. And hopefully she will, you know, take that on board in the spirit that I think it's intended, which is like, go on, just stick the chips in and gamble. You're kind of desperate at this point.
Is it.
You know, it can be taken up the wrong way by people who think, oh, people are criticizing me. But actually, I think that's sort of a good thing in a game like this where people are advising and helping. You know, these guys might be playing against one another, but I think they want to get into the spirit of it and get people more interested in playing poker.
I agree completely. And here she goes again. Aristotelos from under the gun, ace-9 of diamonds. Now, has Forsat had enough of watching the player on her right steamroll the table? Pretty close one. Pocket sixes. Of course, you're not thrilled with this versus under the gun with the whole table behind.
No, it's really rough. And I think, you know...
Oh, and she lands on perhaps the least likely option of call. Oh, wow, in Paterno.
Love this from Paterno, recognizing that she's been fairly nitty. This is a pretty hand, and Aristotelos has been opening, what, maybe like 3 of the last 4 hands. She's super active and maybe, just maybe, can get this one through. I know we're looking at like mathematical situations where people might be sort of finding quite a few raised calls off their stacks versus this stack, but I think this one gets through actually quite a bit. And, you know, remains to be seen whether it'll firstly get through Aristotelos and then Forsat right after. But a very proactive spot being taken by Paterno, and that's what I quite like about this.
Sure. Potentially, you know, you look at this flat from Forsat, which can be scary, right? There can be a lot of traps here, like flatting and open off 8 blinds. But Paterno potentially just recognizing this was like the tank flat of, I don't have a great hand, but I don't want to fold it. I'd maybe like to see a flop, and does get aggressive against it.
This is a funny one here because we can see the
like
cards and we know Aristotelos is in a great spot to make the call. But actually, if I'm facing this action blind, I might just muck this ace-9 suited. It's obviously very pretty and it has a lot of equity, and it might even be getting just about the right price. But I think Aristotelos will feel like her stack preserving it and getting some more steals through over the course of the next one is a better way to proceed than take this very marginal situation. Now, Forsat will have a maybe slightly different equation when it gets back to her, purely because she's actually shorter, so getting a better price.
Yeah, already committed 1/4 of her chips. Also,
because no, if she said all in, and this is what you left, and you have cards, you can put all in. But if you win only a bill. Yeah.
Very nice to hear Shower still being given a little bit of advice from her table mates.
Great experience being shown here by Aristotelos, living to fight another day with that stack intact. I think she can do a lot of damage with that, actually. I think she's got the game, the skills, the awareness to find these opens, to maybe navigate her way through. Doesn't have to take this spot for half her chips right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you still have, you don't close the action. You have Forsat behind who can potentially have a strong hand that's trapping. Seems like a pretty good fold. And now Forsat perhaps lamenting the decision to call 40k over 160.
It's a tough one because she knows there will be some overcards, some ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks, king-queens, maybe even the king-jack that we see here, that she's in good shape against, getting a very nice price against. But if your opponent even has 7s or 8s, you're in terrible, terrible trouble. What I want to focus on in this hand is well played Paterno, really good, proactive poker there, and that's the kind of poker I think we're going to see from our eventual winner.
Yeah, we've been asking for aggression. Going to have to take some of these marginal spots in this turbo structure. Well done. We are down to 22 players, guys. If you are just tuning in, first ever inaugural televised Ladies Championship here at the Merit Complex in Cyprus. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin in the booth. We're going to be bringing you coverage all the way to crowning our first champion on the live stream.
How much, 18?
22 players remaining. 9 will be paid. First place here, $2,765. And of course, the additional cherry on top of the cake, David. One of our partners, PokerStars, very generously including a package to the Women's Winter Festival series that takes place in London at the end of November. A very worthwhile package indeed, on top of the 2.8k for the win here. That's going to include the buy-in to the main event in London, and also 3 nights accommodation at the Indigo Hotel. I mean, that in itself is worth a fair amount of money, right? London in November. 3 nights. That's got to be what? $1,000?
Yeah.
Like $2,000? Who even knows?
It's like London's not a cheap city, so that's a nice package.
It sure is. So Shower now is all in at risk. Queen 4 of clubs against the raise of Soleimanian with the ace deuce. Unfortunately for Shower, gonna see that her clubs are no good. Here we go then, looking for help. None to be had so far on the 9-8-6 3-diamond board. Board, pairs, the 8 of hearts. Queens and 4s only working for Shower. Can she find it? Unfortunately not. King of clubs completes the board. It was a valiant effort, David. She did well, hung in for a long time, lost that key pot with jacks against King Queen. And unfortunately, ran out of steam.
Yeah, I think Shore's propensity to stay involved in pots is probably what got her deep into this tournament. And if she had been just a little bit fortunate in that Jacks King Queen showdown, she would be sitting on 450k, something in that region, and looking like a real opportunity, a real chance of getting into this final 9, where of course the money is all contained. Unfortunately, came off the wrong side of that. A bitter pill to swallow, particularly maybe in your first ever proper tournament. She mentioned that it was. I hope she'll be back. I really hope that she will see the silver lining, which was going so deep in a tournament first time out.
I mean, making the last 10% of the field when you're clearly inexperienced, not to be sniffed at.
No.
Good game, Shower. Very much enjoyed having you. Now then,
40.
Cards back in the air. Round to Kashi. 17 big blinds to start the hand. Makes it 40k to go. Oh, Kropaneva.
All in.
Specs are on. And she's sending it. Pocket 4s. 7 BBs. Round to Paterno. Fresh off that. No showdown. Big chip up. Does get out of the way. Kashi here. Going to be priced in, very likely, Mr. Lappin. Another one of these spots. You're not happy with it. But facing a less than 7 big blind all in, surely have to commit the chips.
Yeah.
38. 33.
133.
You know, sometimes, oh wow, she has folded. Kropaneva gets it through with the baby pair. Kashi perhaps giving her opponent a much stronger range. We in fact saw in reality. Like, it's not fun, right, to call a jam?
No, no,
Queen
certainly
Jack.
isn't.
But for the price, feels like you got to take it. Does let it go.
And we're seeing a theme now in the last few hands, and I think it's a theme that's going to continue, which is that the players who play aggressively, the players who get their chips in first, are going to put all the pressure for these big calls on the other players who I don't think are going to make them frequently enough.
Sure.
Fortune will favour the brave here in this shallow stack turbo format.
So last hand here, pre-break. We do see a walk on round to Soleimanian.
Cold water, please. Yes, thank you.
So a quick look at the chip counts. Soleimanian out in front, 340k in chips, 17 big blinds. Kashi close behind with 15 bigs. Katarina Paterno, who we saw execute that lovely squeeze, 14 blinds. Then Kozravi, Kropaneva on 11 bigs, and Forsat on the short stack with 4 bigs.
А что происходит еще раз?
So work to be done for her to try and get back into the hunt.
Okay.
Yes, we changed tables.
So we are about to go on our next break of the evening. I will be stepping out of the booth. Mr. James Dempsey coming back in. So please don't go too far. Join us in around about 20 minutes time.
چک میرفتم تا آخر چون کامera دستمو میگیره میدونستن که مثلا پیرم ریز دادم بگن
Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza. Yeah. How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my This is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like, only 3 outs, yeah. That's it. And the last hand, 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it, finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about Mystery Bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, then and play my game, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you a gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they saved me a really good one. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind, dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up two at once. Now, Kolotyuk, not really what I consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that ace, it's a wry smile. And wow, three-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these two queens.
Yeah, and Berthold would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%.
Monstrous.
The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that'll be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here.
Yeah.
Gavish can win, what, 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the prize pool. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000 plus stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up one bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. Plus bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish who picks up the first one on our table? Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So it's still with a chance to eliminate two, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's just checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
I don't pull them for two reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like two-handed or three-handed against a person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And two, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull two bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, or you take
No, I will.
once you bust it out,
If I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
you're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later.
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
She said, I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100k bounty or something very nice. She said, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Colatia, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Colatia. This is exactly the kind of spots he need to be taken all day, frankly. Sambavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Colatia, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Here we go, an ace-queen 8 flop. Looks so good for ace-jack. Has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Colatia. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck, just one card to pull them. Sambavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is!
Yes, there it is, the king on the river. Colatia, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Gassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Gassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for
what
the fans.
we like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. 2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from
Here
the
we go.
table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Gassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And, of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Right smile from Gassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades. River. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us a check on the river when the 10 completed, and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion, not enough on the action going on. But he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys, and this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10, where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenov's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a Lot because of the bounty? Sure. Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15k, we've started this hand with sub 20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. Tulip Bergenov's like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty. But he's going to have another pull.
It must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
As I say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the prize basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30k bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? He up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabi. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me...
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Kolatiak obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws, but here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually wouldn't mind the open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity,
it looks like he's piecing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabi could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kolatiak will call and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Daniliuk with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't, though, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kolatiak out in 11th place.
I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of 3-handed, 4-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, once more, as we see night has closed in. Beautiful aerial shot there of the Merit Complex here at the Dolce Vita series. And on your screen right there, feature table of the Ladies Championship, the inaugural televised Ladies Championship, no less, Mr. David Lappin. 18 ladies remaining in the hunt for this title. As we take a little look at the leaderboard. Out in front, Natalia Solovina,
27 big blinds, 535,000 chips. Then we have our first look this evening at Andrea Bratil, 305k in chips, good for 15 big blinds. Maya Kashi, 15 bigs also, both working with the same stack. Then we have a bunch of 11 to 13 big blind stacks. Oksana Dobrodichuk, Jahin Haznui, Tatiana Kropaneva, Farouk Kozravi, and Cassie Noble. And then the table short stack with 6 big blinds, Aylar Bolhassani.
Yeah, great to see so many countries represented as well. And I suppose the overwhelming feeling right now is just what a huge success this tournament has been. We thought maybe 60, 70 runners would represent a good turnout and a success. Well, 175 entries, almost 140 uniques. That really tells us that, you know, this idea, this concept has worked.
Yeah, 100%. Huge appetite here from the ladies in this championship event. So, without further ado, cards back in the air. First look at Soloviva. It's out of the way. Quickly folded round to Kozravi. 11 big blinds. Ace-9 off from mid-position. Very much a cuspy borderline spot. She is going to come in for a raise of the non-all-in variety. Comes in for 50k. Very reasonable. Can have some non-all-in opens here. And gets this one through. Timely pickup. Of course, 50k available to be picked up every hand here pre-flop.
Yeah, we saw in the last frame Kozravi stays active, looks to get after it, and again, little prediction here with 18 left. Whoever takes their chances a little bit, whoever steps out, whoever shows that little bit extra level of aggression is going to give themselves a great chance of taking this tournament down. I feel as though the players who try to tiptoe navigate, maybe take passive lines, will be at a big disadvantage.
Sure. Blinds have actually gone up to 1530k. So it's going to be carnage. As we see Dobrodichuk here from +1 with pocket nines. Again, deciding not to go all in. Little surprised, just 8 bigs and some change. Normally a hand you just see people open shove.
How much?
7.
Now then, decision on Kashi with ace-10 on the button. Perhaps a little confusing, David, right? To see a stack of 8 bigs not go all in. Don't mind this laydown. Looks very strong from +1, the non-all-in open.
Yeah, and an awkward one now for Soloveva, who has a decent size stack.
Oh, she's
decided to run it, and, you know, obviously closing the action, wasn't as worried about players behind, and maybe just felt as though she was committed against that particular stack. It's pretty close, pretty borderline.
Somewhat surprising, Dobrodichuk just calling the 3-bet. Soloveva checking now on the king-6 deuce. Well, here we go. She does check, call it off.
Yeah, again, one of these sort of they got it in installments sort of spots. I guess there was very little fold equity here, and, you know, chips could have just gone in pre, and we see the full run out, but we're going to see it now.
Yeah, it's in pretty good shape against the pocket nines. 2 overcards, backdoor nut flush draw, 4 of diamonds changing nothing. So Soloveva looking for an ace or a 10. Doesn't find it. Huge double up for our Ukrainian Dobrodichuk. Nicely done, up to 550k.
Yeah, which will be not far off the average at the final table. So, you know, not saying that any of these guys are going to lock up. You can never lock up in a fast format like this, but it's a great advantage to have so many of the other players covered right now. Remember, when we get to like 12 left, 13 left, they will be thinking about that, you know, 275 bucks for 9th place.
Sure.
There's some ICM there.
You want to get paid, right? You've sat here for, what, 8 hours? Let's get a reward.
Exactly. Now, these ladies have put in a good stint here, maybe by virtue of the fact that the field is as big as it is, has meant for a longer day than maybe some would have anticipated.
Yeah, right. I'm with you. Action back on Khosravi. 9 big blinds to work with. King 8 off into the muck. Noble now. Queen 9. Mixing in a limp. Certainly non-standard. Perhaps if she recognizes the table's playing overly tight, trying to VPip even off the shallow stack. It's not going to work out well. Has Nui, finds pocket 9s, sends in her 6 big blinds. Action now on Bratil. Queen Jack off, not strong enough to continue. Noble now kind of painted herself into a corner. Does have to get out of the way. Sacrificing 30k at this stage, of course, not optimal.
Lovely pickup there for Hasnui.
Yeah, big.
Beautifully done, decisive, understood that those 9s just needed to get in there.
Yeah, picking up 105k. Non-showdown, never a bad thing. Some might say very sharky. I'm sorry, that was absolutely horrific, but you know, it's what it is. It's what it is.
Khosravi under the gun here with the ace-3. 9 bigs, 2 about to be gobbled up. Don't think she can go with this one. Certainly for maybe 5 bigs, you would be tempted. I don't think 9. 9 is quite precious right now. It's almost average. She does sensibly let it go. Noble, well, we saw her limp a moment ago. Is she going to proceed similarly? She is. Interesting now, will somebody pick up on that limp fold last time round? Well, it's immaterial here. We've got a huge cooler in progress. Kropaneva finds the Django's. Aces lurking behind Kashi, who has played very, very cautiously for the past maybe hour or so on this stream table. Has been very watchful, very patient, has just found the dream spot.
Goodness me, Kropaneva praying for a call here. Little does she know, she is under the guillotine. What a disastrous time to get coolered.
And note the cuteness of Kashi here. No instant decision, taking her time, understanding that what she really wants now is to keep Noble interested, or maybe someone behind.
We talk about Academy Awards. I can see she has aces.
This is great for
and I
Kashi.
100% believe her.
Kashi doing a really good job here of eventually selling the story of I've got pocket 9s, I've got ace-jack suited, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Kropaneva praying for action here. This is doing a great job of looking weak.
Yeah, this is good Hollywood right now.
And here they go. Chips move forward. Kropaneva going to be loving life here. She's going to be shocked.
Oh, and there is another pocket pair lurking behind. Hopefully for Soliveva's sake, she will understand that this is a lot of action in front and 6s really do shrivel up. In fact, a hand like 9s would not feel good right now. A hand like 10s would not even feel great right now.
On the flip side, do we feel lucky? Flick it in, ping a 6, win the tournament.
Good fold from Soliveva, and now we will be back on Noble momentarily. Another sort of spewy limp here. Will she have to let this one go? She will, at least not following good money after bad, it must be said there. And wow, Kropaneva's going to be a little surprised to see the aces. In fairness, gives great credit to Kashi.
Brutal turn of events, of course. Hand is not over. Two kings still lurking beneath the deck. Can Kropaneva find one? Not so far. Through to the 9-5-8 board. Does have backdoor clubs working. A little glimmer of hope. The blankest of blank turns. Deuce of spades. So 2 outs once for Kropaneva. Can she find it? Finds paint, but the wrong variety. Queen of clubs completes the board. Very painful way to go, David, but she played very well. Very patient, measured game. And sometimes you're just on the wrong side of the cold deck.
I think she played tremendously well. Obviously, kings, pretty much the dream situation. It turned into a nightmare, but, you know, she can hold her head up high after a great performance. Obviously, a bit gutting to walk away empty-handed at this point, but another exceptionally well-played performance, good deep run, well done her.
I'm still reeling from the acting chops of Kashi.
Oh my goodness, that was evil.
I can't even believe it. I'm looking at her and thinking, what a sensational job of looking weak. People could learn a thing or two. Sometimes the acting is very hammy, as we like to say.
Yep.
Very overcooked. Very nicely done. Now, will she decide to try and put her foot on the accelerator? People are flying out the door, folks. We have gone down to 15 in a matter of minutes. 9 will be paid, of course, so we are starting to approach now that final table bubble and money bubble.
Yeah, and the blind's about to go up once more. I catch in the corner of my eye, just 3 minutes left on big blind 30K. We're going to move over to big blind 40K.
Yeah, Dubrovchuk here limping with Queen Jack. Allows Khosravi to realize equity with the King 4. This is something we referenced earlier. We wondered whether, you know, some of the, again, not to be unkind if the ladies are inexperienced, whether they would find the correct sort of open shoves. You know, a hand like Queen Jack, the big blind has 7 bigs. We really should send it in pre. Might get a hand like King 4 to fold, especially approaching the money. Just something to keep an eye on, whether you know, the appropriate open jams are found or not. Great result though for Khosravi, taking that one down.
Yeah, I think it's one of the really tough adjustments to make, and I remember back my own career, early
tough,
days.
right?
You know, you understand that aces is a good hand and ace king is a good hand, and, you know, Queen Jack is a speculative hand and these kind of things. But as soon as we get very short, how much does that experience count? And I think there are certain players where it's going to count for an awful lot now here in the end game.
Yeah, recognizing that you need to widen that open shove range.
Oh, and
Kashi's found him again! Credit, by the way, to Bal Hassani for recognizing less than 4 bigs under the gun. You know,
yeah, that's a very good shove, by the way.
We saw a lot of passive sort of blinding out type play on the last feature. She knows she's going to have to pay 60 next hand. Kashi going for the double Oscar.
It was a matinee performance earlier. Now it's the evening time. And yeah, I think what we'd love to see here is maybe 10 more seconds of thinking and a call.
Lovely,
and that she does find the call. Oh, I think Kashi might be a cold-blooded killer here.
Absolutely. Definitely not afraid to allow the rest of the table to come in. Unfortunately for Noble, well, fortunately for her in this instance, finds just 10-6.
110.
And look at this. Gets to show them again. Little laugh from the table.
Almost cracking a smile herself. But that would ruin the performance, really, let's be honest. If you want to look like a cold-blooded killer.
Me. And basically flops her opponent stone dead, running quads. The only way out for Bal Hassani. And that will be that. 7 of clubs on the turn. And Kashi making her move. Going to be one of the tournament chip leaders at this stage.
Let's take a moment to recognise Bolazani's proactivity there, understanding under the gun, Queen 4 suited is the type of hand you just have to sort of gamble with at that point. She's done nothing wrong there. She's run into aces. That is unfortunate, certainly, but she has done absolutely nothing wrong here. And actually, I think it's a shove like that that would, in an alternate universe, have actually helped her spin her way back into this tournament.
Not even a Justice Sweat, though, on the flop.
No.
You hate seeing it. Ace of spades in the window as Kashi triumphantly tells her rail. Back-to-back aces, team. We're crushing.
Big blind?
She is indeed crushing.
So it looks like we sneaked one more hand in at the big blind 30k level. Clock has ticked across. These guys playing fairly shallow, but it has actually expanded out to a 13 big blind average again. So a bit of attrition there, a few knockouts, helping the structure a little bit.
Now then, Khosravi is reaching. Wow, okay. Now that is a wrinkle I didn't expect. Limps the button with Jack-6 off. Not something we have come to expect from her play so far. We are going to see a three-way pot here with three pretty weak holdings. Off to the ace, queen 5. Kashi arguably flopping best here with that flush draw. No pair for either Noble or Khosravi. No. Noble, of course, with the best of it, but can never know it.
Might be asking herself the question here, would Khosravi limp some ace-X here? Not sure if she would. That might give Kashi reason to take an aggressive line, perhaps, with this flush draw.
Yeah, it would be somewhat reasonable. If you think your opponent has no strong hands here, limping the button, could elect to check jam.
Like a queen X, certainly reasonable here. Maybe she puts her on something more of that nature, or a very weak ace, which might be limping in here. An ace 2, an ace 3 might do something like this. But Kashi definitely has the semi-bluff spot, and wow, just lets it go right away. So 50k into 220 there, getting the right direct price. Obviously, just not fancying it.
Yeah. Perhaps deciding she's going to get lots of spots to sort of just open steal pots could be the strategy, rather than, you know, putting 50k in there with a non-made hand. May just think that there's going to be not many opportunities to bluff Khosravi off here down the streets, which is something to factor in, I guess. If we don't improve and we think our opponent never folds, could be an argument for fold. Khosravi, anyway, turns water into wine in that spot. Made it work. Action on Bratil. King 8 of diamonds. Blinds up again, David. It's going to get brutal. 6 big blinds. Pretty close spot, but lets it go. Couldn't have faulted her for putting it in there. 100k in the middle. We only have 230.
Nobody raised.
Kashi blind v blind here with the 8 deuce suited. Interesting to see how she proceeds. Might go for a steal, might go for a limp. Possibly might fold.
Yeah, it does just let this one go. And
wow.
Noi hating it. Waking up with a hand as strong as Jack's and we get walked. Doesn't look thrilled about it, understandably so.
Understandably so, but also a bit of a silver lining here. 100k in the middle, getting that added to your stack risk-free.
We're all greedy though, aren't we?
Oh, we're very greedy, don't get me wrong.
Blind on blind.
I just mean getting a walk at this stage,
at
these depths is always an okay outcome.
I'm with you. That's why I never look if I get walked, ever. Never, ever, ever. Nothing good can come of it. Now, Noble Unfortunately for her, is being whittled away. Gets out of the way once more. Kashi finds an ace on the button. Potential to open shove here. Not entirely sure of the stacks behind.
Well, we know Kuznoi has about 350.
Yeah.
Or has Noi, I'm sorry.
There we go. Perhaps a little misstep in my eyes from Kashi there. Both their opponents with 7 bigs or so. The 100K to pick up every time you get a jam through. Something that we have referenced and we thought we'd keep an eye on is, will someone step out? And especially if you think your opponents will call off too tight, right? Which could be a thing here.
Definitely a thing.
I would venture. Does decide though just to sit back, enjoy those newly gained chips from the back-to-back aces.
Ravi, 9 bigs, pocket 2s in early. I think this one has to hit the bin. Always interesting to see how players play these small pairs at shallow depths. Great fold. Not tempted, and Noble finds a real one. The Django's to the rescue. They could not have come at a more opportune moment here as she languishes bottom of the pack here, 70K, just 2 bigs. Can maybe get almost a triple up if somebody finds a hand behind. And wow, she's actually just going to get it through.
Nope, Bratil is going to look it up.
Flick it in, okay. I thought maybe the 9-3 was too ugly. Bit annoying for Bratil here. Obviously, this represents quite a big proportion of her stack as well.
Is forced to flick it in. Getting 6-1 on her money pre. Can't ignore it. With the 9-3, well.
Sweaty moment now for Noble, who has outs to fade.
Oh, this would be ugly in the extreme.
Oh,
no! Goodness me. 9 of spades on the turn, just like that. Noble needs a king, an 8, or a 4. Oh, and what a horrible way to depart. Gets a consoling pat on the shoulder from Khosravi. What can you say, Mr. Lappin? Sometimes bad things happen to good people.
Well, I'm really happy to see a smile on her face. That's a brutal one here, very close to the money, probably just 20 minutes or so from making the money in this one. And yeah, you can't really go out any dirtier, can you?
Very unfortunate departure. Bratil.
She did nothing wrong. She has to flick in 30K to win 200. She actually has the right price against that hand almost.
Yeah, your opponent could show you kings and you'd still have to flick it in. Unfortunate. GG Noble.
That was gross. I feel a bit dirty after that hand.
Grim. So we are down to 13 players just like that. It's going to go fast and furious now, of course.
Now, Kashi, let's step it up a gear. You're in the ascendancy. You're table captain right now. They all assume you've aces whenever you enter a pot, I assume.
Let's let it go. The kind of sick thing now with the distributions is like you should just be open shoving a lot.
Yes.
Like it's kind of grim because you don't really want to just pile it in non-stop. Or maybe you do. Battle of the ugly hands. Bratil, bottom pair. Credit to her, she's looking to get after it here. The Brodichuk, open-ended with an overcard, makes the call. Deuce of Bratil is still best. Of course, can't know it. Does slow it down. The Brodichuk quickly checks, takes a free one, and River's the best hand.
Yeah, and I think she'll recognize that this one can be value bet. Bratil likely to take her show down, thin as it is. And I love this.
Yeah, very nice.
Brodichuk targeting a 4, a deuce even maybe, certainly a 5.
Yeah, 60K placed into the middle. Bratil now Trying to assign bluffs, of course, the most natural ones. Hands like 6-7, 7-8, hand like a king-3, 8-3 type holding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well done, though. Quickly releases. Not great, of course, to have a 7 in hand, blocking some of those natural bluffs. Well done. Dobrodichuk chipping up.
11 left.
Yeah,
We've had
look
carnage
at
on the
this.
outer table.
And just like that, we're 2 away from this FT. Must have been a double elimination on the outer table. We are in turbo mode as Kashi finds the queen 10 offsuit. We are, of course, 6-handed. Under the gun now, of course, becomes the low jack. She's going to get out of the way. Round to Solo Viva. May recognize here, 6 big blinds, could be time to go. She has gone with the half-stack raise. Dobrodichuk quickly folds 5s. Understandably so on the final table bubble.
Yep. Yeah, the ICM is really ramping
real
up
now.
here. It's a nasty old game when it's very shallow stacks, high ICM. Oh, this one's tough here. Big temptation to just sit in your hands for a while.
Yeah, pretty grim spot for Khosravi. Call feels like the worst option to me.
Yeah. No, I think he can let this one go. Maybe take another minute off the clock with a little cheeky stall on the way, though.
It's a pretty confusing spot because your opponent should just open shove right for 6 bigs very often. And now when they just half stack it, is that you referenced it, I think, the other day where you said sometimes it feels worse to have to put it in yourself now than call it off.
Yes, no, exactly that. I think it's a psychological thing more than it is an actual thing.
You're like, am I really going to have to put this in 2 from the FT with ace-6 off? My opponent has no folds. Soloviva trying to look composed. Of course, would dearly like to receive a fold. Does feel like the longer it goes, the more likely she is to get it.
I think Khosravi's letting this one go, and I think she's a wily enough campaigner to know that taking a minute or 2 off the clock is no bad thing with 11 left and 9 paid.
Sure. And there is no shot clock in play, something of note. So no time banks.
Although on the flip side of that, I would be anticipating it to go to 9 within the next orbit, and I would be keen to maybe get a few hands in now that I've already paid my big blind. That's a little bit of brinksmanship that you sort of maybe factor into your timings.
Sure.
You'd ideally like to be under the gun when the final table is set. Avoid paying some very expensive blinds and nanties. And then hopefully get a nice redraw behind the button. So still 11, 5 on the outer table, 6 here. These ladies have been playing for best part of 7 hours now.
Yeah, it really is. And has been a war of attrition. Quite refreshing to see everybody playing very quickly. You know, you will often see, we all know it in modern tournament poker, heavy tanking. Khosravi now, 7 bigs. She is gonna raise non-all-in. Interesting. Maybe deciding this could look a little stronger. The intention of calling off, keeping some hands we dominate still when we just min raise. Kashi with a very ugly 6-3 offsuit.
Yeah, it's a grim hand even for a min. Playing effectively 9 big blinds or 8 big blinds, whatever it was there. So, minute left on the clock. We're going to get one more hand in at big blind 40. Then it's going to be big blind 50 and an average of 10 big blinds in the tournament. Not even. Soloveva has the spot she needed here. 340k. 8.5 bigs. All you can eat. Sending this into the other 5 players. Bratil maybe recognizing that there will be some queen jacks, king queens, king jacks, things of that nature in this range, but can't really do anything about it with lots of players to act behind. Because Ravi looks like perhaps the most seasoned campaigner, taking her time here in these spots, understanding that time off the clock is good.
Here we go.
Wow. You hate to call it off this close to the money bubble, but you've just woken up with pocket tens. It's too much hand. You only have 6 bigs. 1 is already committed.
Yeah, gotta flick it in. Not a lot of fun, of course, approaching this final.
Yeah, 275 bucks for 9th, but really you want to put yourself into the top spots here. Big chance of making a 4-figure payday. Very nitty fold, obviously influenced by that 11 left, 9 paid dynamic.
It does.
She did avoid a flip, to be fair, which would have been rather unpleasant in this bubblicious type of spot.
Well, quick look at the leaderboard, and look how shallow we have gotten. Kashi out front with 12 bigs. Oksana Dobrodichuk in second place at the moment, 515k, good for 10 big blinds. Soloveva on 9, Kozravi on 8, Bratil on 5 blinds. And Haznui folds the pocket tens, 205k in chips.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem with that fold, is that she's still the shortest stack and actually still very likely to be our bubble girl here, unless she finds a good spot at some point in the next orbit, or maybe there's a bit of carnage on outer tables or on this table and she can sneak in. But really proactive situation there. Take your spot with 10s. If you win your flip, or maybe, let's be honest, against range, you're doing much better than flipping, and you win, now you're actually in second place.
One thing I will say is that this event, of course, the first entry was a free roll. So it's kind of something to consider, right? Normally here, let's say the buy-in was Devil's Advocate 150 and you're going to cash for 275, right? You're only making 125 bucks. Whereas here, you're in for nothing. You can just get 275 if you get into the money. I'm still with you. I would call it off with 10s and just run it. But maybe that's part of the thinking, right? You know, I'm in this for nothing. I can get $275 if I can outlast one more player, because we are down to 10.
We're down to 10 now.
Yeah.
So we've done a bit of rebalancing here. Obviously went down to 4 on the outer table.
I do still think it's too tight and the hand's too big, and we need to just put it in. Give ourselves a chance, right, to win 2.8k.
Yes.
Plus, of course, we must not forget the additional cherry on top. One of our partners of the festival, Poker Stars, very graciously added a package to the Women's Winter Festival event. That takes place in London at the end of November, which includes a buy-in to the main event and also 3 nights accommodation in the lovely Indigo Hotel. So, you know, that factor that in as well. That package probably worth another couple of K, right? So, not insignificant by any stretch of the imagination. Bratil gets a walk here with ace-10. Going to be happy with that. Don't want to be facing an all-in here on the stone bubble.
So we are hand for hand.
Yeah.
Looks like they're playing fairly quickly on both tables. Now, I jested a moment ago that Kozravi was the most seasoned campaigner, willing to take 20 seconds here or there off the clock in these maybe more straightforward situations. Obviously, hand for hand can no longer do that, but one wonders, will she get her wish, which would have been to not pay another round of blinds and antes? Bratil's going to give a walk here, most likely. No, she's going to limp in with the 10-7 and the 10-8 behind's going to check. So
credit to her deciding, I'm going to VPIP here, try and take this down post.
Yeah, and would love to see just a stab here, no matter what, almost. Although we're going to play a little game of...
Ooh. Look at this. The Brodachuk.
I know.
Little subconscious reach for chips.
Yeah, yeah. That's really interesting.
Has a decision here. Do we take a free one?
Did she avoid facing a bet with that move?
Maybe so. This is working out beautifully for Bratil.
Yeah, she gets to show down something very poor. That is good.
I mean, it's huge. Every pickup here, 150K. Basically doubling up here. That is how precarious the stacks are.
Yeah, it's going to be very intricate now with these very shallow stacks. We have a live hand in progress on the outer table here. Don't think we've got the word to deal next hand quite yet, so.
And we do take 2 minutes off the clock.
Oh no, we are dealing away.
We are dealing.
So we must have got the word, the all clear. Kashi, well, we've seen her not really take these marginal ones where we feel like she could be out there pilfering.
How much?
Yeah, I think there's still room for a min raise here.
I do too. 4 big blind stack. We can call them off.
Sure.
We can make a tight one, a tight fold against maybe a 7 or 8 big blind stack.
She does find it.
Oh wow! And
it's a limp.
Has found a spot. She turned down 10s a moment ago, arguably a better spot than this. But this is certainly a spot as well. Kashi, remember, has limped now. We thought she was going to come in for an open. She actually just limped, so likely going to have to call off against this particular player. 130K more, getting a fabulous price, only needs to be good quarter of the time. That's exactly what she has with Queen Jack against Ace Jack, which is one of the worst setups she could face. And this could take a big dent out of Kashi's stack, and a massive double up for Hasnoi here at a crucial moment in the tournament. She does let it go though. Wow, that's a big fold. Hasnoi picks up a very nice pot there. Clearly delighted with life.
And why wouldn't you be?
She fancied getting the money in first, I think.
Sure.
Psychologically, that's what that tells me. Didn't like calling off the 10s, didn't mind getting it in first with Ace Jack.
Yeah, picks up 175K without showdown. And on we go. Action back on Hasnoi. King 3 of diamonds. It's out of the way. Round 2 Khosravi. Pretty ugly looking 4 deuce of clubs. It's covered, of course, by Kashi behind. Yeah. No good. Lets it go. Kashi gonna be pretty happy to get a walk, of course.
Okay, the next set, please.
And the bubble goes on.
Yeah, of course, the feature of hand for hand play. We lose 2 minutes per hand. So in a couple of hands' time, blinds are going to go to 30, 60. Pretty outrageous. Action on Bratil. Now then, the Brodachuk pocket threes. Have seen all the players with a reluctance to move in. Somewhat surprising, of course. You don't really want your opponents to have a chance to peel pre-flop here with a hand as weak as threes. Action on Kashi. Gets out of the way. And this one's going to work out nicely for Dobrodichuk. Action on her once more. Finds another good hand. Ace Queen under the gun. Once again, electing not to open jam. Makes it 140. Round to Kashi. Out of the way. Great little spell here for Dobrodichuk.
Yeah.
Gonna take down back-to-back pots. And of course, every pickup, 125k in the middle. Puts herself into the table chip lead.
It's good.
And just to give you a little bit of a sense of what's going on the outer table, Solomanian, who we saw in the last frame, is pulling away nicely here. Over $1 million.
Very nice.
Okay, Dylan, one more round, please.
Action back on Khosravi, who really has been whittled down through no fault of her own, sort of dealt out. Kashi has to get out of the way also. Ratil has seen enough. Jack 10 of hearts, 5 big blinds. Dobrodichuk finds nothing. Every all in now. Of course, massive. Just looking to stay alive, get to that final table and navigate from there. All the ladies glancing over to that outer table, looking to see what's going on.
So 30k, small blind, 60k, 60k.
So the blinds are up. Has to come a tipping point soon, Mr. Lappin. Insane short stacks. I believe the table big stack now, 10 blinds. Everybody else scrapping to stay alive.
Yeah, something's got to give here.
Dobrodichuk finds an ace, and here we go. She's limped and faced a jam.
How much? 185.
Of course, Ravi decides king high is good enough. Dobrodichuk here does limp fold. Perhaps better serve, David, to take the proactive approach herself, apply that pressure. Have an ace. Let's send it in.
Yeah, and you can just see that this bubble is producing some really cagey play.
Yeah.
And look, I understand it. As you said, this is not like a 2 buy-in bubble. It's an infinite bubble.
Exactly, it's an infinite bubble.
Next hand, please.
It almost feels like it would be better served having like a saver of sorts. For the bubbly. But it is an interesting thing that we don't see too much of course, in live stream poker. It's like new grounds, really. You never really see a bubble where nobody has paid any money to buy in. Well, they may have, right? Some people will have
the re-entries,
re-entered.
I think, could be buy-ins, yeah.
Yeah.
Or probably had to be buy-ins, in fact.
Sure. Round to Khosravi, who did manage to get a better hand to fold a moment ago.
Well,
very ugly looking.
This is pretty
One more
grim.
short. 6 deuce of diamonds.
I predict she will let it go here, and she does. Giving the walk to Kashi here, who will be delighted with that outcome. Just jack high herself. And one more hand. My goodness me.
Incredibly
What a
long bubble. Considering how shallow the stacks are. Incredible. Onward we march. Bratil out of the way. One thing I will say, the cards are not cooperating really. We haven't, other than the King Queen of Clubs versus tens potential spot.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen any others. And will Khosravi decide a suited king is enough? Certainly more than good enough, of course, for chips. We are on that direct bubble.
Yeah, picking up 150k is so massive when you have that sense that people are being nits. It's an amazing situation, but gonna let it go, and Kashi has an easy one here. She can jam this one in. Looks like she's going for raising chips though, or maybe even limping chips.
It's limping.
Wow, limping chips with the pocket fives, a hand that really does love to just get it in and exploit loads of holdings that are flipping. But Hasnoi with stack to pot ratio of, wow, less than half, or well, about half. Now flops a flush draw here on this texture, checks it back and does make the flush. So gonna win this one unless it's an ace or five on the river. Kashi, does she go for an equity denier? One big blind bet here. It's a kind of an awkward one, actually.
We're just kind of in the weeds here. This hand, of course, should have been all in pre-flop.
Well, I wonder if Kashi will put Hasnoi on a 3x here, given she didn't bet flop. And obviously, you would kind of expect maybe a flop bet with a flush draw or a 3. Wow, does get away. Incredible.
A great laydown.
Incredible fold. My goodness me.
Perhaps.
Okay, these hands are not being played out the way we're predicting. Obviously, we're advocating for a bit more pre-flop aggression, but some deft little getaways here we're seeing. As played, these ladies with a intuitive sense of the dynamics, I feel.
Yeah, everybody treading very cautiously. It's almost like the table has come to an understanding of sorts, where everybody's thinking, right, we all want to make this final.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like we said, the cards aren't really cooperating in terms of clashes.
No, and I wonder if something similar is happening on the other table as well. What is sort of changing in all of this, though, and I think this is what's really key right now, is this bubble started at the beginning of Big Blind 50k when the average stack was maybe 10.5, 11 bigs.
Sure.
Now that we've played a full level and now almost a full second level, we will be almost certainly having this final table at Big Blind 80k. And that's going to mean an insanely shallow game.
Yeah.
We're basically going to be playing a, what, 7 Big Blind final table average?
Yeah,
I did say at the outset that I thought this could definitely get into the mire of 8, 9 big blinds. It might even get shallower than that.
Sure. As we see Bratil find ace queen, ships it in from the small blind, gets it done.
Next time, please.
Credit to the ladies. This is incredibly late stage of the evening.
Oh, yeah.
As we close in on 3 a.m. local time. Of course, won't have expected this bubble to go on quite so long. But on it goes. Kashi gets rid of a nonsense hand from under the gun. Round to Bratil. King 7 also gets out of the way. And Khosravi, staying alive, receives a walk. Pretty reasonable one to Brodichuk with just 6 high. Another glance to the outer table. Everybody hoping for that merciful announcement, David, that we are indeed in the money.
Yeah, extraordinary to see a bubble go on this long, this shallow. We've obviously witnessed maybe 5 hands so far that could easily have gone to showdown. But these players looking to play tippy-tappy sort of poker, afraid to put in those case chips perhaps and put themselves at risk. And that's been an almost unanimous feeling from these players. Blinds are going to be going up in just over a hand. And wow, we're suddenly going to have an incredibly shallow game. 6.5 big blind average when that happens.
Here we go.
Khosravi got a real one. She has the Johnny's blind v blind, but Kashi does not wake up behind. And that's just going to be 430 for Khosravi, roughly the same for Kashi.
Yeah, it shows her opponent the jacks.
Again, a reminder, Salamanian now up over $1 million, 1.1 million over on the outer table. Chip leader right now.
Yeah, putting herself in position to make a charge for this title.
Yeah. Saipina over there as well.
Goodness me, 40, 80, 80K. New limit unlocked. Tipping point must be imminent.
Sorry, I looked at my 80?
80?
Really? So 160 of my chips?
Yeah, Hasnoi could be close to forced all in here.
Yeah. Wow.
Wild stuff. You do find yourself in the faintly absurd spot, though, where if someone wants to jam, they know that Hasnoi basically has to call off, so they kind of need a strongish range themselves, right? Because everyone has this sort of 400K.
Yeah, that's if you don't assume that Hasnoi would make the call off feeling pot committed. I have a feeling she might find some bigger folds than we think.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
A couple of quick folds helping out the case here, and Button won't be getting involved either because Ravi going to have to muck this one. So it's blind v blind. And as you say, well, Kashi does have an ace. And there's a surprise. Kashi now at 375K has whittled back down. Well below average now.
Yeah, did miss a few open shove spots.
It's a gross one because you know your ace-4 can't really be ahead of hands too often. You're going to show down an awful lot. You may risk being the bubble girl yourself here. Getting a count, quite rightly again, Kashi.
100 more.
100 behind is the announcement. So 180K. It's only 2 big blinds, really. Yeah, there we go, Kashi. An ace-jack for Hasnoi.
She finds a dominating holding, snaps it off.
Hasnoi is at risk, but she has the very best hand right now. Can it hold? Can she stay in the tournament? If she does get the double up, it's going to be Kashi, who's perilously short.
Very unfortunate here for Kashi to run into it. Needs help. We can see, though, 3 in 10 times she will get there. Hasnui looking to hold.
And if she gets there, Andrew, she bursts the bubble. She gives herself a great chance with 6 million, or 600k I should say. Getting carried away here. Oh, we're only getting the showdown now, of course, because we had to hold back the cards because there was another table playing out their hand. Here we go, indeed. This could be the moment. Are we about to see a rough, bad beat bursting this bubble, or will Hasnui hold for a crucial double up? So far, so very good. She breathes, but she's got to hold her breath one more time. River imminent.
No! The river is the 4 of spades.
Oh my goodness me.
Head in hands for poor Hasnui. Eliminated in 10th place.
The ecstasy and the agony here in the Crystal Cove.
Goodness me, tragic development for her. Got a feel for her.
Oh my goodness.
Hung on gamely, made a disciplined laydown with 10s earlier, gets it in fantastic shape to make the final table. Head in hands. Devastation for Hasnui. And she is unfortunately brutal.
And that's hard scenes here. Clearly absolutely good. Did nothing wrong, played so well. She's got to take that away from this experience. Played so well. Poker is a cruel game, and I'm sorry she's learning that so early on in her career, perhaps at the felt, but nothing done wrong by Kashi. She shoved her ace. She was absolutely right to do so, and she's going to take 675k to our final table.
Yeah,
we're going to take a few moments here now, gather ourselves after that emotional moment, it must be said.
Yeah, commiserations to her. And with that, guys, we are just going to organize the stacks for this final table. Please don't go too far. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes.
That's why I said how much you have behind.
30k is still there, and there's 3 of you left. What, third place is 11k? Right, and if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Mamar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. So we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
Well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Mamar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy, actually.
This could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Mamar going to want to flat here?
Al-Mamar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong C-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom 2 here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace-King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace-8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have get away from that one. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here in the early going at the FT.
Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. And big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
Anyway, it looks like Georgie. Joe, I think
pull it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests of left, right, and centre in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional puller. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me,
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a big bounty.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace-king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. And it is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with 2 shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
I tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkalic's range here to 5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Berganov?
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to you, Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkalic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Berganov though, gonna run it. What a massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalkalic has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack. Georgi folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Bergenov now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here.
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkilic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Bergenov spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Jordy wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action.
Next time, I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
I think Georgi's gone again.
10,000 still.
Right, focus Andrew, focus David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace-queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilic here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilic can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 two-spade board. Just fading runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilic. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. And Dalkilic steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely, and they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Bergenov here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkilic has 30 blinds on the button. Well, Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
Yeah, I think if Dalkilic had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts, razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen three of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tulip Bergenov to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen three suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tulip Bergenov, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand. But, you know, He's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tula Berganoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight. Straight flush make
it. She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there. Blinds are now 30-60K. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
As if these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Tula Berganoff all in here.
All in.
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkalic can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace-King here. The 2 big stacks going to war.
Queen is no good.
Ace-Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold 1 queen.
2.7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
What, 90 starting stacks in this pot? The 163 stacks in play.
I
guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Sorry.
Oh no.
Queen in the window.
Tula Berganoff finds one of the 2 ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you very much.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tula Berganoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146K.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack-9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalkalic. Not the first time he's held on to those same 2 cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack-9, but ooh, I saw the 7, but a Jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable.
Ooh. Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tula Berganoff has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalkalic can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. A Jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game.
Just like that. Tula Berganoff is the champion.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizzo.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Gel events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my this is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like, only 3 outs, yeah. That's it. And the last hand, 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it, finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about Mystery Bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, then and play my game, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
Here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish. The American humorist Irma Bombeck once wrote, "Women's intuition is really just the result of millions of years of not being able to punch or kick decent-sized holes in walls." Well, here at the Merit Poker La Dolce Vita Series ladies event, 9 women remain, all of whom have been punching and kicking substantial holes in the walls of chips of their opponents all night. I'm David Lappin alongside James Dempsey. 166 players have been vanquished. The final 9 are in the money and competing for that 2,700 first prize plus a little sweetener. James Dempsey, can you tell us about that sweetener?
How many walls have you kicked a hole in?
I've never kicked a hole in the wall.
There we go. Neither have I. I don't think so. Not deliberate anyway. Yes, the Women's Winter Festival, of course. That's taking place in November at the Hippodrome in London. And the good folks at Stars have thrown in a little sweetener here. £400 buy into that main event and 3 nights accommodation in London, which as you and I both know, David, will be worth a lot more than the £400 main event.
Four grand, probably.
So a nice little a top-up for our eventual champion here this evening. Soleimanian. Queen Jack of Hearts getting popped up from +3 and well, actually not on Khosravi, of course. He's on
yeah, defend here from Saipina in the big. Ace-5 suited seems reasonable, but it is always awkward, and it is just every single spot here is shallow. These are actually two of our deepest stacks right now. Soleimanian, our chip leader. Saipina is in third. Actually, sorry, she is in second.
What a flop here. Saipina. Maluch, does that mean bet? What does that mean? It means nothing.
It means
I like the flop.
wheel.
Thank you. Does it mean thank you to the dealer? Coming out with a lead. Kind of like the lead on this texture, right? Opener.
I think I probably prefer check jamming, but maybe this has some sort of functionality as well. 200 into 440, nowhere to go now for Soleimanian. She's been just outmaneuvered in this one. Maybe wondering if her hand is ever best, but just so dark tunnely, can't continue really. Backdoor hearts, not really much of a thing at this depth.
Yeah, a little tough at this depth, isn't it? And I think that's what's swung it for her.
Yeah, and Saipina now the chip leader, 1.1 million, virtually switching stacks there.
Yeah,
Soleimanian.
Not even double average though, that 1.1 million, just very bunch clearly to start this final table.
80 я у нее отжала. Это мало. Она 400 моих.
Ladies Championship. 175 entries reduced to our final 9. This is how things stack up. Natalia Saipina, as we just mentioned, is leading the way, but look at that. Only 14 blinds as the chip lead. Soleimanian, only other player over 11 blinds.
Yeah.
Katerina Paterno, the shortest 3 bigs. Her Noxana down the bottom there. Just, I guess, looking for anything to go with. Of course, the big pay jump realized we're in the money. Everyone guaranteed 275 bucks. Next jump, 95 bucks. So I think when you're in a free roll, you've cashed for 275. You're probably not looking too much at a ladder on 1 spot, 2 spot. You probably want to dream of winning this thing on the bright lights, on the main stage here in Merritt.
Yeah, 64 big blinds in play. It is excruciatingly shallow. Bratil with a shovable one here under the gun for 6 bigs, roughly, maybe slightly north of 6. She is gonna stick it in here. Nicely done from Bratil. Oh, an interesting one here for Paterno, who is one of our shallowest stacks, maybe in fact our shortest.
Yeah, just 3 and a bit blinds.
You got to give credit to the under the gun player here.
You really do, don't you?
Like, it's so weird for 6 bigs. You generally wouldn't, but 6 bigs is actually not far off average right now. She does decide to make her stand.
Can't fold it.
No, and she was very proactive earlier in a key spot, which lent us to believe that she was the type of player who would take a spot, and she's taken this one. Quick folds here, round to the blinds. That's all going to be in the muck, and yeah, we've got this showdown now between Bratil and Paterno. Bratil in the box seat right now. Ace-Jack. Will it hold this time?
I don't know, David. Will it?
It probably will.
It's looking likely, isn't it?
Slim pickings here for Paterno. running 10s and some running Broadway and wheel possibilities.
Well, here we go. You spoke it into existence. Paterno with 4 outs. All 4 are in the deck. The muck contains no kings. Alas, deuce of clubs will end Paterno's run here. But busting on the right side of the bubble, at least from her point of view.
Yeah, I want to give a lot of credit to Paterno here. We saw a very proactive spot being taken with King Jack just maybe 45 minutes ago or so, or maybe it was an hour ago, including the break. I felt like she was somebody who would, you know, take some spots, be braver in an effort to get one of the top positions here, but obviously in doing so would take the risk of busting in 9th or 8th. In the end, that is what's happened.
Ладно, не буду отвлекать тебя. Не буду. Да, по-английски же можно.
9 become 8, just like that. $370 locked up. Now we've got a little merit kink. $90 jump for the next spot, and the one after that. After a little 95. I like the merit kinks. Got to keep an eye on the payouts when you're playing these events.
Kinky.
Well, you said it.
3 race. 240.
Soliveva going for it from under the gun with ace-4-0.
Looks like she's going to chop her stack here. We've seen her do that once before.
Okay.
О, так надо было.
She's got to get through a lot of players here. Solomanian not interested in this 9-8. Kashi, obviously we saw that dramatic bubble and just a little while ago her ace-4 getting there against the king, or the ace-jack I should say. Speaking of ace-4, we've got a couple of ace-4s here, but far less appealing for Khosravi facing this 3x.
All the way around to Bratil in the big. Queen 6 suited, not the proposition we're looking for. Versus under the gun for 3x with 8 left.
Giving it some thought here, Bratil.
Yeah, nature is to fight. Wants to kick a hole in the wall, apparently.
Nice. Nice callback.
Thanks.
Lands on the correct decision, I think. Fold in this spot. Too much to commit here, too little behind. And a nice pick-up for the player who's going to have to immediately invest those earned chips in the form of blinds and antes.
Большой бланк.
It's been, I won't say a grueling night for these ladies, but it's been maybe a longer night than we expected, both because the stacks have got as shallow as they have, but also because the field was so big. And some maybe extra breaks thrown in there once in a while.
Yeah, it's been a stuttering event.
Saipina, chip leader here, keen to lean on these players. Obviously, we have seen a little bit more passivity than you would expect at a shallow stack final table.
Well, there you go. There's your passivity for you.
Bratil just sending it. Now, this is the first step out from any player to really try and take this one by the scruff of the neck. Is that a call of all-in?
It is. Here we go.
Here we go.
Kitchens v Queen Jack. Let's go.
This is huge. Bratil, one of the chip leaders right now. Soliveva will become the chip leader if she wins. Massive, massive hand for both ladies.
2-1 dog. Can she turn that around?
Nervous moment, Soliveva. You can tell, feeling it right now.
Ooh, it's a good flop, but not a great one. So Lavina improves.
It's a TV-friendly flop.
It certainly is. Obviously, she does hold a club herself as both a blocker and a redraw potential. That now all irrelevant. Only a club will eliminate her. And it's safe. It's a double up. Soloveva, as you mentioned, now the chip leader. Raised under the gun, got it through. Gets a double up the next stand, bang. Now in pole position.
Yeah, and Bertil took that spot there, 10-3 suited. I'm not sure if it's Nash approved. Probably not far off, actually, if it's not. Seems okay, to be honest, when you're going to get a lot of folds behind. Quite like the fact that she was aggressive, probably sensing that she gets more folds than you should anyway. So nothing wrong with either player there. In fact, pretty good poker, I think, overall. And, you know, not a lot of room for good poker anymore, so when we see it, we got to call it out. This is going to be in the lap of the poker gods more often than not now at these shallow depths. But there is still room for, you know, identifying shove spots, figuring out where to land when faced with possible calls. Still some skill in the shallow stack game.
We've got some wardrobe malfunction going on here. But I'm liking the wardrobe. She's getting it set with the mic. It's an issue.
Yeah, got to get that poncho.
Shawl, I was going to say, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, not probably fashion, not our strongest area here.
Speak for yourself. Actually, you can speak for me.
Blinds are about to go up here. We see there 40-80, but just for one more hand. I predicted to you at the beginning of this that this tournament would end at 50-100. There's no chance that's happening.
It seems unlikely.
Kashi with the very legit ace-queen now. Oh my goodness.
Solomonian.
Even more legit, and Kashi grimacing now, I think, not expecting to get called. Oh.
It's two queens and ace queen, in case you're wondering, if you need my help translating that.
We're going to have a new chip leader either way here.
Again. Wow, yeah, every time.
Neither player has done anything wrong here. Kashi identifying ace-queen more than good enough from that seat. Can she find an ace?
Not so far, David, but two cards to come. The faintest of backdoors, maybe back windows are available. That not helpful, reducing her 3 outs to 2 as the ace of clubs no longer a working card. Kashi is going to be the 8th place finisher. A queen, somewhat of a needle. As you said, nothing she could do there. Got dealt ace queen, burst in. Absolutely no play other than the maneuver all in. She will take home $370. Hey, you know what? $375. Take it out of my paycheck.
Very unlucky there for Kashi. We saw her cold-blooded killer style with the back-to-back aces about an hour ago. That really gave her the stack which propelled her to this final table. But cruel spot, really. Plenty of shorter stacks around, but she just can't turn down a situation like ace-queen under the gun there. Has to go for it, and very unlucky to run into the pocket queens there. Solomanian, who is now very, very well positioned with, I think, around 1.7.
Right, pot was 1.47. I don't know how much you covered by, but yeah, that sounds about right. 1.6 maybe.
Нам кубок нужен России, а не этот, а не 460.
Так, 50
Да что ж ты падаешь, зараза такая, а? Держись, держись, моя дорогая, держись.
So yeah, Peanut +1, 890. Thought about it. Lurking behind was Khalil. King, Queen suited. That's a hand I've seen a lot tonight.
Yeah, I like this shove from Khalil again. Proactive, recognizing she's got to get some shoves through, maybe even get a double up, get her engine started. Nicely done. Big pickup, 250k.
Yeah, and Dobrodichuk folding with 170 behind.
Yeah.
1.7 blinds at this new level.
Ой, блин, как тяжело-то, а. С самого начала никогда не играла в турниры. Мое слово.
And Soloveva with a very tempting one now, 1.2 million. She's just going to stick it in there.
I like this.
Yeah, I like this too. Solomanian really handcuffed.
Yeah.
And call with much. Oh, Dobrodichuk has to get it in there with the King 10 suited. Lets that one slip past.
She just thinking, hey, I can fold this, have the button, maybe a couple of people bust out before it gets back to me again.
Yeah, it does
Take
feel
my
like
chances. Then I'm with you. I think you just have to go with the King 10 suited. But let's see how it plays out, because with 7 left, 460 guaranteed, maybe a couple players bust out and she picks up her 230 bucks more. It's turbo fold too.
Yeah.
У меня? Сколько? 2 раза поставил? Я уже не знаю, где их ловить.
Couple of very short stacks now.
Да-да-да, сейчас вон приготовила.
Pratil just 240k, and she's under the gun 1, so folding that one is going to have to go with a lot of hands, I feel, under the gun next hand. Dobrodichuk does find a nice one here.
Yeah, if the plan...
And Khosravi with the 140k is going to make the call. Try and gang up on Dobrodichuk, maybe increase her chances of laddering as well as...
Yeah, if the plan was to hold up and wait for the ladders, it's certainly changed at the presence of an ace in the hand.
10-3-3, 2 spades. Saipina actually has spades here. Might be able to steal this one away, but she's heading into a dry side pot. Well, not quite dry, but
near enough
fairly dry.
Yeah.
And that will irritate Khosravi, who's got to let go here.
Dobrodichuk. Still best.
Yeah, no, it's a great spot to get isolated now by...
It really is. Ace of spades working as well. If a spade were to roll off on the turn, she wouldn't be dead. Well, how about that? That's a good turn card. Fading 6 outs with 1 pull.
And she does hold Dobrodichuk. Okay, King 10 suited last hand, turned it down. It seemed like a nice spot, but as you said, James, thought to herself, well, maybe I can just wait for a good spot. I have the button, I might get a whole orbit, might see a bust out or two, get a couple of ladders, but also might wake up with a legit hand first in. Ace-9 does the job.
Yeah, I guess some value in being able to shove in first. Maybe just fuzzier feeling, knowing you probably have the best hand going for the all-in, even though, you know, you're playing for fewer chips than if she'd gambled the hand before, where she would have been behind. Sometimes, you know, if you've... It's something you see a lot from players when they, earlier on in their poker journeys, maybe the obsession was sort of making you get it in good.
Oh, Bratil didn't find a hand there, 7-5, not qualifying, and she is going to commit 80% of her stack next hand.
Yeah, I know certainly you see this a lot with players. They're like obsessed with getting it in with the best of it rather than
the
getting it in, rather than getting it in slightly behind for a much bigger pot earlier on.
Well, because Ravi getting to wake up now. Remember, she completed in the small last hand with the Queen 9, looking to gang up on Dobradichuk. That sort of backfired in the end, didn't work out for her, but she's woken up on the button, similar to the last hand with Dobradichuk waking up with the Ace-9. She's got a real one here, 10s, and obviously we're going to showdown because she doesn't even have a big blind. Khalil, well, we saw a dirty one earlier, 9-3 cracking kings. Are we going to see the 6-3 crack 10s?
Maybe.
330 in the middle here, because Ravi would be back in this. Sounds like a strange thing to say when you only have 3 bigs, but it is kind of approaching, you know, half average.
Forecast looks good. Ooh, little danger, 4 or 7 working now for Khalil. Oh, it is the 7. No. It is dirty.
Oh.
Because Ravi's 10s failed. Khalil. Khalil with the elimination. And Saipina celebrating the ladder up. Perhaps, you know, maybe wait a few seconds for that.
Yeah, sure.
Because Ravi just busted out. But the excitement, hard to contain for Saipina, getting that double up, congratulating her table mate. All the rest of the players at the table, of course, getting that ladder up as well. Reason to celebrate.
Six remain in a swashbuckling final table. Shallow stack poker, producing lots of showdowns and lots of ways to titillate here.
Notice that piece of paper you've got in front of you seems to have some coffee spill on it.
Is that the
what happened there? Was it a casualty of?
I think it must have been a casualty of that moment.
The caffeine calamity from earlier.
That you totally gave away on stream and didn't just like contain.
Oh, I mean, when something like that happens, I've got to share.
Bratil is basically pot committed here. Couldn't get away from any hand. 9-8 suited. Got the ladder last hand. That's kind of nice. And 9-8 suited, definitely a pretty nice candidate if you are forced in. At least you get to be super live here. Soloveva has been running well on this final table so far. Oh, and this is a live one.
It certainly is. 10-7-5. Open ender working. Some blocking action for Soloveva.
That will not do it. Can Soloveva hang on?
12 outs. Oh.
And there is the jack. Bratil gets the crucial double up. I think some of the players are only realizing it now.
Yeah.
Massive spot there, 240k, basically committed in the big and is now able to, you know, maybe just pay the small big blind and get a whole orbit with an average stack. Well, not quite average anymore, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Saipina was sort of celebrating the jack on the river, I think, thinking she got another level up, ladder up. Same thing. As is, though, it's the double. We continue.
Yeah, and I like how Bratil has played, I have to say. Obviously got a bit unlucky here right out of the gate on the final table. Took that 10-3 suited spot, which was borderline, but sort of very proactive, and I think kind of a nice exploit. If it wasn't even Nash in itself, it may well have been a qualifying hand. This is a intriguing contest.
Saipina ace-6 off in the cutoff, reaching for some tokens. She has elected for a call.
Yeah, limping in here off 8 bigs. Bratil with a completable one, maybe. Kind of call, go with equity sort of spot like that, James?
Right, I like this, yeah. Just let's have a look at little flop. We've got 330 behind, there's 400 in there. Kind of just jam anytime I wish, any kind of equity. Is that the time though? Ace, King, 9. Feels not.
No,
that's not quite enough.
So. I think Saipina will have some reasonable stuff here.
Saipina just with the snap jam.
Oh, wow, okay.
And check 2.
Well, I guess can be fairly certain there's no ace kings about. Probably no ace nines either, and maybe you're just like fading a king 9 there.
I think it's in the sort of style of play I saw from her earlier. She does. I think I christened her the hammer at one point, because when she got to flops, it was all in or nothing.
Yeah.
King, Queen from under the gun. 3.5 blinds. In they go. Saipina. No interest. Will we see action behind? Looks. This is close, right? You're weighing things up here in the booth. You're gesturing, but it was a very close one. Just given, I guess, the ranges that we've seen being in these shoves.
Yeah, Dobrik took just 80k 4 hands ago, now 600k, admittedly paying a good chunk of that in blinds and antes this very hand. We are on the cusp of a blind jump.
Well, let's have a little word with our 7th place finisher.
Lovely.
I would like to say thanks to Merit Poker team. It was a wonderful event. Really, I enjoyed a lot.
Do you have any message for the ladies who are too shy to participate?
Ladies, please believe yourself. You are so strong and you can do whatever you want. If you like to play poker, don't feel shy and just be strong and go for your dreams.
Is it more challenging for you to play against men or against women?
I think with women is more challenging than men. I don't know why. Still, I couldn't understand the reason. But when I play with men, I feel better and I play more relaxed and more comfortable. But when I play with a woman, it's very difficult to sometimes to guess or sometimes to just understand that how they are playing or what is their hand that they are acting against you. So I think with men is more easy.
Inspiring words there from Khosravi.
Well, we return to see chips being accumulated. And it looks like we're about to put the blinds up. So that's a quick reminder of how things stand. Soleimanian leading the way, 12 blinds, 1.5 million. It's very much the bottom two under the most pressure. Bratil, Toprikovic, they've got a lot of work to do with just 3 blinds apiece. 2 Russians, over 1 million in chips. All very snug there, as is often the case when you play these very, turbo events. It's very hard, isn't it, to separate yourself from the pack. It's just hard to win big pots, because there aren't any.
Yeah, and while there is definitely some skill left in this one, I think card distribution going to decide an awful lot here late in the game. It is just so incredibly shallow right now. We see there 2 players with 3 bigs and maybe even one of them sub 3.
Yeah, Bratil going for it, sub 3.
Yeah, she's got it. And is likely to get it through Dobrachuk here, who's going to have to spin up once again from shallow. She had 90, she got to 600, and now she's got to get back from 280 in this orbit, most likely. M of less than 1. And Bratil does get it through, so a lovely pickup there, 630k now. Little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah, so Pina finding 10 deuce off in the big blind. Great timing for Bratil to get one through, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and you would think no fold equity, really, with that shove, but proving in a shallow stack game, every chip's so vital.
Yeah.
There is actually more fold equity than you think.
For sure, yeah.
And this is kind of a spot, again, borderline, deciding to pass. That one's very close. I think Queen Jack qualifies. Queen 10 is the cuspy one.
Yeah, just recognizing there's money to be made by folding. The very short players behind.
And a walk for Khalil.
Wow,
which is huge.
what a
Again.
dream that is.
Yeah, absolutely massive to get a walk there. So Bratil now will be committing a good chunk of her 630 here, 250 of it in the big blind ante. So will be compelled to call versus the short stack of Dobrachuk quite often here, should she shove. Well, Soleimani is not going to give her the chance here. 1.5 million chip leader.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely going to drop the hammer here.
Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. It's hammer time. Well, this is like a... This is one of those hammers you get in the Christmas cracker, it looks like.
Like a mini hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, it looks like we're carving out a 3x. Or no, maybe I'm wrong.
That many.
Let's have a look. Kind of looks like a 3x.
It was a 3x.
Yeah.
You understood the construction.
Yeah.
You saw the plans.
I saw the principle being laid out. But
You're a man of architecture.
do like to build a stack for sure.
Come on now, you can do better than that.
Bratil sort of doing the maths here, figures I got my shove through with less than 380k in the last orbit. Maybe I can get another one through in the next 3 or 4 hands. But Dobrachuk very short right now, really needs a spot. Soleimanian pulling away back to 1.7, 1.8 million, something in that region. Picking up 300k with just a blind steal now. Pretty epic.
Monstrous. 5.2 million chips in play. Playing 50k 125 for the next 9 minutes. As we look to crown our Ladies Championship champion.
Our Barrett Poker Queen. Or they're all queens, actually. I think that's the idea.
There can be only one queen, though, you know?
As someone who doesn't come from a monarchic system, I'm unfamiliar with.
You used to have a
how it
monarchy there,
works.
though. It's very similar to our monarchy.
Sayapina, 840k here. She's going to limp this one. We saw her limp a few hands earlier.
She gave a...
Looks like raising chips.
Yeah. Was it the pseudo variety?
400,
Oh,
bit of
and
a
the
chop.
slamming, the slam.
That's a 400k chop of stack.
You like that? That's your go-to thing, isn't it? When someone bets half a stack and has a chop. I didn't know it needed a name, but I like the name. Chop.
ABC, always be chopping.
A, B, C.
So a cagey little six-handed affair we've got right now after a flurry of bust-outs early on this Le Dolce Vita ladies event final table. Well into the wee hours now, testing the stamina and potential decision fatigue of these ladies. Although you wouldn't know from Saipina, she is full of beans right now and loving life, really enjoying the experience, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if adrenaline is the right word. I'm sure it's not, you know, the largest prize pool that these ladies would dream of winning. That's not going to be what's keep you going. But the thought of winning a tournament right here on the feature table, on the stream, broadcast to the world, David, is certainly enough to keep your interest and energy levels up.
Yeah, walk there for Soleimanian with the 3 deuce, obviously beautiful for her, but worth noting there, Khalil did turn down the Queen 10 suited for 5 bigs, which I think would have been quite a nice shove.
Can't lose what you don't put in the middle.
Saipina with the 1.14 million now, unlikely to invest in this King 8 off.
Сколько у нас там? 125, да?
Well, making a liar out of me.
So we're going for some sort of limp? Or are we having a rethink? Counting out some sort of bet?
I'm really confused by this chip movements. I don't think we've actually carved out a legal bet.
Well, we're over a call at this point.
We're at 175, so we're back at 150. 175 again.
This is going to be a fold. You heard it hit first.
I think it is going to be a fold. Teasing us.
Gamesmanship. Maybe scanning around the peripheral looking for reads.
Oh, could well have been. Well, Soleimanian likely to give a walk here with the 8-3 suited, although chip leader maybe doesn't like giving walks anymore. Maybe decides, actually, why should I hand chips to Dobrodichuk? Well,
2 blinds, gets a walk.
She had the ace behind. Obviously, it's a pretty close to a flip there. And I don't hate giving the walk with the 8-3 suited there. It's kind of cuspy. No fold equity, not beating an average hand. It's probably just about okay. So nice for Dobrodichuk to get that walk there. Keeping her head above water. Bratil desperate for a spot here with less than 3 bigs. We are going to be round to a battle of the blinds once again. Well, all you can eat.
All you can eat. Queen Jack rifled in, along with a comment. Saipina, 10-5 suited in the big for a couple of blinds more. Thinking about it, I thought for a moment that she suggested a call, but of course she was just putting the big blind chips in.
Yeah. I think that fooled us all for a moment. Obviously getting the right price, but again, it's just this spot now where, you know, it's just not chipsy anymore. Every chip loss so much more valuable than those gains. She does make the call. Decides, do you know what? I'm getting the right price probably.
Yeah.
Let's try and build a big stack. Go for it here. Obviously, this tournament actually has an artificially top-heavy structure because of that package added.
Of course.
Almost like it goes 1930 second and then way up above 4 grand for first. So maybe that's a reason to be a little bit more...
Queen on the flop.
ICM be damned.
Dobrodojczyk taking the lead, or I should say extending her lead. Saipina with some backdoor equity. Well, the backdoor 2-pair, not the way we expect to see it. Dobrodojczyk. She's a fade 1 card to get up to 900,000 in chips. That's what she's going to do. She was down to, what, just 80K a moment ago.
Yeah.
And well, the crowd go wild. We know who the fan favorite is.
Yes, from 80K to almost $1 million now and into 3rd place.
The Merit Poker Queens. 6 of them remain, but we do need to find the what's the I guess the Empress. It's like the bossiest of queens. Help me out. Are you gonna look at me again and say you don't do monarchy? Fine.
I see everybody as equal.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
I don't believe in subjects, none of that guff. Equality, fraternity, all that good stuff. Soleimanian, a very openable ace-10 here. Interesting to see whether she proceeds with sort of clunkier jams now that everyone's shallow behind, or if she wants to just open this one up. Looks like the latter, although it does look like a large open. Oh, wow, here we go again.
Soleimanian just finished stacking the chips. Rejams ace-queen.
So it was a min-raise from Soleimanian, can probably get away from this one. Obviously, again, in a chipsy sense, it's sort of like you're committed, but I don't think Dobrodojczyk is doing this with worse.
Right.
Maybe you get to flip with 9s. I don't think it's even going to be like the king-queen suiteds, that kind of stuff. I think you're just in pretty rotten shape here and actually making a good fold here. Those chips very valuable to stay in your stack right now. Very good poker from both players. Dobrodojczyk in the ascendancy here, really looking like a potential front runner for this.
Yeah, and interesting that this race was the main. Earlier we saw her 3x a minute ago. Wouldn't have been able to fold if she'd made the 3x, but finding the only size that she could probably fold a 3-bet jam to.
What a difference.
I've only just noticed the logo
can make.
in the middle of the spade there, in the Merit Poker Queens logo.
Oh yeah, it's very neat.
How have I just spotted that? Well done, graphics team. Well done. Fancy.
I also feel like that character is praying. Don't know if you've noticed that part of the logo as well.
If you're not going to indulge me on my monarchy chat, I'm not really going to go with you on religion, I'm afraid.
Fair, fair.
Separation of church and state.
Saipina with the 9s here, but Dobrodojczyk, who is absolutely ruffle stomping since having just 80K 10 hands ago, has the Djangos. She has the antidote for these 9s. Bratil is all in with the Jack 8 off here. We are going to go 3 ways.
Yeah, Bratil, of course, the shortest of the stacks. If the kings were just to hold, then it'll be her finishing in 6 to 550, and Saipina would get 5th for $690.
Double knockout potentially on the cards here.
9's just not working now either, are they? The Jack 8 picking up the gut shot draw. Saipina with barely a road to victory here. Well, now there is a road, a path. A jack would do it. Ace for Bratil or a 9. Dobrodojek needs the rest of the deck. And that's what it is. It is the rest of the deck. It's a double elimination. And the player who had less than a blind a couple of orbits ago is now the runaway chip leader.
2.4 million now in the stack of Dobrodojuk. We said maybe a small error not taking that equity spot with King 10 suited. She decided to wait. She found the ace 9. She got the triple up, and it has been one-way traffic since. Credit to these two players, Natalia Saipina.
Well, well, well. 47% of the chips in play from dust just moments ago. How fun is poker when it goes your way? 4 players guaranteed 920 apiece.
Yeah, Bratil, obviously the shorter stack. So in the case of that double elimination, she finishes with 6th place money, 550. Saipina, who played tremendously well and really enjoyed the experience by the looks of things, 690. Just want to pick up on that actually with you, James. This has been played in a great spirit. This has been a huge success. The numbers are fantastic, and it's just a wonderful thing to see as part of the merit schedule.
Yeah, really is. More of the same, please. I'm looking forward to the NL Commentators Championship.
Oh, that
10K prize pool, I think guarantee will be fair there. What do you think? First bullet free?
Cheeky little tag team, maybe.
Oh. Sure. I've already got a partner, thank you.
Here we go now, 4 left. Soloveva, 700k, short stack right now, with just 5 bigs. Blinds have gone up, remember, 150k. Giving the walk to Solomanian.
Khalil, ace 9 under the gun, 2.5 blinds. Certainly time to go. Solomanian, garbage in the small, has to just leave it. Whoa, oh wow, she just got that through.
She did. A cheeky one.
For 2 blinds?
Getting back to
no.
700k.
I don't think she obviously realised
how short
few it was. Yeah.
She just saw a pile of chips and thought, oh.
It was a tower of chips, but yeah, certainly had more than enough to make that call. I think she's just readjusting. She's like, hey, I'm playing pretty deep. What's everyone worried about? I say deep. She has 14 blinds. Soloveva. Her go from under the gun.
I like how Soloveva has played here. She's maneuvered her way into the top 4 here. Ooh. And now needs a bit of a spin herself.
And Dobrodojic's going to give her a spin. Flicks in a chip, makes the call with ace-8 of clubs. And Soloveva all in at risk, but is live. The size says it all. But she's up against the form player. Dobrodojec. Not someone I want to take all in at the moment.
No, not right now.
Been deadly up to now. Club in the window, 8 behind it. King 9 still drawing live. Paths to victory, though, are becoming slimmer. One card, 5 outs live. That's not one of them. Yet another elimination for Dobrdojic. She's killing them all, David.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff. Hashtag scenes.
Oh, hashtag scenes. I wasn't expecting that from you. GG's, Natalia. 4th place, $920. Everyone now in the 4-figure club. Look at this. 60% of the chips in play now. Well, what could have been? Hand earlier. Folded for those 2 or 3 blinds. Winding down the ladies' championship. Oh, ace king. Here she goes. Just moves it.
And she is a customer.
Soleimanian, ace 10.
I think you got to go with this.
It's interesting because we were discussing the ICM. So, how much value does she apply? Assign, yeah, assign to the package versus obviously the $700 difference between 3rd and 2nd. Just trying to ladder perhaps.
Yeah.
With a 2 big blind stack in there. Who doesn't want to go to London in late November? It's a wonderful time of the year.
Well, yeah.
Khalil enjoying herself. Signaling over to her rail. Hearts all round. She has 2 blinds on the button. Not going to get it through this time because she's going to fold. Soleimania, I think, given she folded the last hand, folding this one makes sense. Just trying to outlast one more player. Get yourself heads up and then take your shot.
Yeah. That seems to be the plan.
Three of clubs again. Unlikely to see a VPIP with this one.
And Khalil is going to gamble here, 85k. Obviously in a bad spot right now. But what a job of laddering from Khalil, it must be said. And maybe, just maybe, she can get a spin going of her own now.
Dobrdojic, can she eliminate another? Can she take us heads up? Can she give that ladder up to Soleimanian? 7-5-4 flop. It's a pair for Khalil, but I was in a gut shot. All working. Oh, and there it is. 8 on the turn.
Wow.
Disaster for Khalil. She can win with a king or a 5. Of course, a 6 would put us straight on board for the chop. Every other card will see us get heads up, and that's where we're heading. Wow, this has been an absolute steamroll.
Yeah, credit to Khalil here. I think that was probably the best job of cockroaching we saw at the final table. The person who never really built a particularly big stack, but managed to get into the top 3 for the maximum payout, 1240. Great job from her.
Certainly was. Well then, look at all those chips. Picture tells 1,000 words. Just 2 remain. Paying for not over $800 in direct money difference, but also that PokerStars package to London to play the Women's Winter Festival main event in late November.
Almost 4 million now in the stack of...
Incredible.
Of
80K.
80K, just... And again, like, was it 15 hands ago?
Yeah, 80k. Was it to start the final, or did she let the blinds go through, didn't she? And was down to 80k, that's right, after the
Yeah,
first
she had
orbit.
300k and did let them go through her.
Yeah.
Okay, Solomon may well go with this. Queen 8 suited. It's pretty reasonable. Yeah.
That's cool.
Dobrodchuk does let it go there. Did have the best of it. Probably, you know, recommend shoving the king 3 there for 6 bigs. Seems like a pretty decent situation. Sorry, maybe 7 bigs. But either way, that sort of simplifies things. Those big cards, low cards, don't have a lot of playability actually down the streets and function quite nicely as just jams there. In the end, she does limp in and allows her opponent to shove with an inferior hand and get it through. Soleimanian, first act now, 6-4. Might let this one go, bottom of the range.
That is the chosen path.
So, a reminder there, the difference, a little over 800 bucks, plus, very importantly, plus that package that James mentioned. What a celebration of poker it has been tonight in the Merit Crystal Cove poker room.
A celebration of poker.
Yeah. I know the staff here were absolutely delighted with the numbers. And now, as we enter the denouement of this inaugural ladies tournament on the TV table. I imagine they're going to be very happy as well with how it's played out and the excitement levels. A real showcase of poker talent, it must be said. Remember, lots of these players with a lot less experience, I think, really showing that poker is for everybody.
Soleimanian saying 10-9 suited is for everyone, but you're quite right. And hopefully, some of those at the table have enjoyed it enough that maybe they give it another go.
I certainly hope so. And maybe have inspired some people at home, too, crucially.
We're going to squeeze one more hand in at this level, and we're going to kick things up to 100, 200. Ace King. That's a good hand.
Yeah, good enough to trap with. Also, a nice hand to just get some chips in there with too. Oh, and maybe it was a trappable one. Soleimanian, we saw, took the Queen 8 spot, which you've taken the King 3 spot.
Possibly.
In any case, a little bit of momentum here from Dobrodchuk. She just gets 1 or 2 shoves through. She really erodes the stack of Soleimanian.
I love that stat, see who got eliminated by who. It's just Oksana, 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 Oksana. She has just ripped through the field since we got down to the final 6. She has a 3-1 chip lead in this one. As blind's actually going to 200k big blind now, so we're playing, what, 7 blinds effective as we continue this heads-up match here.
Far from out of it here, Soleimanian.
Looks like she's going to try and sneak a limp with this 8-4 and gets a check.
Oh,
Oksana's A6.
Cheeky check back here with the A6. Going to hold back 1 or 2 aces so that she can, well, maybe trap her opponent now. Soleimanian likely to bluff at this.
Here we go. You called it.
And I like this play from Soleimanian. Obviously, we see it's not going to work in this instance, but nothing wrong with this procedure. Dobrydachuk looks like she's got raising chips. Is that a min click?
Looks like it is.
Nowhere to go for Soleimanian here.
Yeah, can't really fault her for trying that one, having limped in. It just feels like a board that you get to have some of and your opponent doesn't get to have too much of. Min bet, order of the day. Just ran into it this time as, well, the last 4 players have run into it. The Ladies Championship. Late in the day here.
Early into morning, James.
Well, that's a fair assessment. Dobrydachuk giving a walk, pardon me. Soleimanian, a queen on the bun. Is this enough? It certainly feels like it's enough. She tends to agree and has been snap called. Wow,
here we
go. Dobrydachuk just waking up with another big hand. Soleimanian live though, the over working. If she manages to catch this, will even up the stacks.
Well,
5, 7, 8, David. Some interest.
There is hope.
An open and straight draw. And that overcard working.
Oh, and there is the queen!
She's found it. She's found it on the turn, of course. Now just has to fade the 3 6s to secure this double up. And even up these stacks. Heads up.
Oh my goodness me!
Would you believe it?
If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't.
What a topsy-turvy finish to this, the Ladies' Championship. Ahead on the flop, behind on the turn. 3 outs to take it down. Could you really be surprised? Parvin Soleimanian, second place for $1,930. But David, surely it was only going to be one woman walking away the winner.
It certainly seemed that way. It was a comeback for the ages, it must be said. Dobrydachuk delighted us with a poker performance par excellence, in my mind, to be crowned champion here at the inaugural televised ladies event at the Merit Poker La Dolce Vita series. There she is, our champion. Congratulations once again. What a comeback, James.
It really was. Down to just 80K at the 100K big blind level. Less than a blind. Made a tight fold to keep herself in the game and spun it up. What's she after over here? Off to the rail. Ah, the phone. She wants to check in with the fans. Phone sequestered on our feature table here. Now just getting all the messages of support, no doubt, for those of you who've been tuning in.
Indeed.
Well, $2,765 plus, of course, that package heading her way. And well, we do have an interview with her coming up. But before we go to that, I guess just a quick reminder to everyone that we're not streaming tomorrow. It's a day off for the team here, but we will return the following day with some pot limit Omaha action. Bounty tournament on the horizon.
Yeah, for the fans of 4 cards, we're going to give a little bit of love to that one. Can't wait for that. And then, of course, 4 days of main event poker action.
This strikes me as a croupier. The way she's moving these stacks.
You're right.
This looks like roulette. has been in the past. I'm calling it. That's my read. She's setting up her own picture. Well, with all that, we must congratulate her and all the ladies taking part in this ladies' championship. It was fantastic. It was a fitting victory. It was only going one way, 6-handed. Let's have a little word with our champion.
Congratulations on winning this event.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Very good. Very happy.
Is it more challenging for you to play against men or against women?
Doesn't matter, man or woman.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.